There we go. Thank you very much. And welcome to the April 14th Halifax Regional Council. Before we begin, I'd just like to take a minute of silent reflection. All right, thank you very much. Let's call the meeting to order. I want to recognize that Halifax Regional Municipality is located in Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and traditional lands of the Mi'kmaq people. The municipality acknowledges the peace and friendship treaties signed in this territory and recognizes that we are all treaty people. So welcome everybody to our council meeting today. For those of you that are watching, I'm Deputy Mayor Patty Cuddle, Councillor for District 11, Spryfield-Sambro Loop, and I will be chairing today's meeting. We got one special thing on our agenda today at 3 p.m. We have a special presentation by the Poet Laureates. We have three Poet Laureates coming today. So we have our Poet Laureate, our Youth Poet Laureate who is outgoing, and our new incoming Youth Poet Laureate. So that will be happening at 3 p.m. Before we get going on our agenda, are there any councillors who have any special community announcements or acknowledgements? I see Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Cuddle. I have two announcements. There will be a community meeting on the future of the BLT Trail on Wednesday, April 15th, 6 to 7:30 at the new BLT Community Center. This is for residents that are interested in becoming involved with managing this very important provincial trail. The other announcement is the grand opening of the new BLT Community Center will take place on Friday, April 17th at 4:30, and the community is invited to come to this grand opening, as well as on April 18 and 19, there will be a number of free programs for people to try out the various classes and programs that will be available. So the community is welcome to come to the opening, and I hope to see some of the councillors at the grand opening on Friday. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Steele. Next I have Councillor Young.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor, sorry. Yeah, my announcement is on Saturday, April the 18th at 3 p.m. The Lucasville Greenway Society is hosting a book launch on the history of Lucasville from 1827 to 1970. And all are welcome to come to the book launch. It's at 619 Lucasville Road at the Lucasville United Baptist Church. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Young. I don't see any other names on the board here, so I'm just going to quickly mention that we do have the Suburban Planning Workshop for Main Streets happening in Spryfield on April 21st at 6 p.m. This event was rescheduled from last month to accommodate a funeral of a longtime member of the Spryfield Legion, and I'm very grateful that staff were able to do that, but want to make sure that everyone out there knows that is now on April 21st, and look forward to seeing the community there. Next, we'll move on to approval of the minutes from March 3rd, 2026 for the Budget Committee and for March 31st, 2026 for Regional Council. I'm guessing, Madam Clerk, do we need two separate motions for those minutes? Okay, we can combine them. That's great. And when I see that's moved by Councillor Steele, seconded by Councillor Morris. All those in favor, please raise your hands by saying yes. Those opposed? I don't see anyone opposed, so that is approved. Next, we have approval of the order of business and approval of additions and deletions. I'll start by asking Madam Clerk if there are any additions or deletions for modifications to today's order of business.
There's one addition to the agenda, item 22.1, private and confidential in camera in private information report regarding contract negotiations.
Okay, thank you. And do any other members have additions or deletions or modifications? I see Councillor Mancini.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'd like to remove 15.41 from the consent agenda. We're going to do that next, so my apologies. I jumped ahead. I'll come back. I apologize. I'll come back.
No worries. We'll note you'll come back with that one. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'd like to request that 21.2 be brought forward at a future meeting with a presentation. That's the memorandum from the CAO on the annual public safety strategy report.
Okay, that's being moved and Councillor Steele and seconded by Councillor Morris. Yes, Madam
Just a
Clerk.
point of clarification for all members of council, the item 21.2 that Councillor Steele is referencing was on the March 31st Regional Council agenda. Which is perfectly fine to be requested to come forward at a future meeting.
All right, thank you. And do we need to take a vote on that, or that's just a request, I believe? Yep, okay. Okay, noted. Thank you. Any other additions or deletions or modifications? All right, seeing none, I'll call for a motion to approve the order of business. Councillor Saint-Amand and Councillor Cleary, I believe. All right, so we have an agenda. Next we'll move on. Oh, a hand vote. Yes, thank you. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That motion carries. Next, we'll move on to the consent agenda. We have a number of items on consent. I'll read through them quickly. We have 13.1.1, a fly past request for Halifax Wanderers Department of National Defence. 13.1.2, a fly past request for the Canadian Armed Forces Maritime and Air Cooperation Ceremony. 15.1.1, first reading of proposed bylaw D601, an amendment to bylaw D600 respecting development charges for Dartmouth Cove. 15.1.3, first reading of proposed bylaw F304, an amendment to bylaw F300, a bylaw relating to fees for the provision of taxation information. 15.1.5, Downtown Halifax Vision 2030, Municipal Alignment Review, and 15.3.1, which is a heritage property request to include 2636 Windsor Street, and 15.4.1, Halifax Regional Event Strategy Report. I see a few names on the list. We'll go to Councillor Mancini.
Let me try this again. Deputy Mayor, I'd like to remove 15.4.1, the event strategy from the consent agenda and add it to our agenda for discussion today.
All right, noted. And Councillor White.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'd like to do the same to remove 15.1.5, the Downtown Halifax Vision 2030 Municipal Alignment Review for discussion.
All right, noted. We will discuss those as part of our meeting today. So do we have to make a motion to move the consent agenda as amended? Moved by Councillor Cleary, seconded by Councillor Austin. All those in favor, raise your hand. Oh, we need a, okay. All right, so consent agenda as amended passes. Thank you. I don't see any business arising out of the minutes. I'll make a call now for a declaration of conflict of interests. Do any members of council have a conflict to declare today? Seeing none, we'll move on to motions of reconsideration, which we don't have any. We don't have any motions of rescission. And that brings us up to consideration of deferred business from March 31st, 2026. Would somebody like to put that motion on the floor? Councillor Cleary.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council direct the Acting Chief Administrative Officer, 1, to accept the findings of the Inclusionary Zoning Market Analysis and Policy Options Final Report, 2, discontinue the process to amend the Regional Municipal Planning Strategy and applicable secondary municipal planning strategies and land use bylaws to create an inclusionary zoning program for HRM as directed by Regional Council on May 9, 2023, and 3, continue to consider the feasibility of inclusionary zoning as a possible future tool for supporting affordable housing in combination with incentive or bonus zoning when preparing future amendments for council's consideration for both regional and community planning documents.
Second.
All right, that was seconded by Councillor Kent. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you very much. And I'm assuming there's no staff presentation, so I do have some questions. Is there? Excellent. I would like one. Thank you.
Welcome, Kasha. Nice to see you here today. The floor is yours.
Yes, good morning. Through the chair to council, my name is Kasha Tota, Manager of Community Planning, and pleased to be here today to provide an update on our work on inclusionary zoning, which at this point is an update on the market analysis that we completed last year. So what is inclusionary zoning? In essence, it is a policy tool that allows municipalities to require that affordable housing units versus cash be provided as part of new developments. So inclusionary zoning programs, they're still pretty rare in Canada, but in other parts in the United States, for example, they're being present for probably since 1970s or so. And typically, they are outlined in planning strategies and include parameters for when they are applicable. And they typically include things like minimum development size, the location, the types of the unit sizes, whether they are similar to what happens in the market, in sort of the market units, or if there are any special requirements. Set aside amount. So this is the kind of percentage of units that would have to be affordable below market affordability period. So is it for 10, 15 years, or in many cases for the length of the project of the building? Whether any incentives apply to bring down the affordability levels or not. Again, price pointed for affordability. So this would be, are they just below market? Are they deeply affordable units? Is there a mix, for example? They can also include things like phase-in period. So whether there's a smaller amount initially and increases over time, how often the policy gets reviewed as market conditions change or housing needs change as well. And any conditions for offsite units. So in some jurisdictions, there may be an opportunity to include affordable units in other projects that a particular developer owns, not necessarily in that particular building. And cash on you, just like our bonus zoning, that can also be an option in some cases. So in terms of kind of our inclusionary zoning journey within the municipality, ever since probably early 2016, so we've had council had conversations about affordable housing through the Housing and Homelessness Partnership, and that was one of the recommendations, was to seek legislative authority through the province to have this tool kind of bestowed on HRM. And in the fall of 2021, the province did amend HRM charter to enable HRM to adopt inclusionary zoning program, subject to more detailed policies and regulations. In May of 2023, Council directed staff to initiate such a process through our work on regional plan and other planning documents, and that led to a report back to Council on some best practices and some jurisdictional scans, and also recommendation that before we proceed to complete a market analysis as well. However, in the fall of 2023, the province also enacted Bill 329, which effectively froze new development charges without ministerial approval, which we believe this would also apply to new incentive on zoning. In 2024, we engaged SHS Consulting to begin to work to complete the kind of what we call residual land value analysis, and this was completed in 2025. So we're here to report back on next steps. So in terms of our local context, inclusionary zoning at HRM is, well, most housing is primarily provided by the private market. We, as council is aware, municipality does not build or maintain housing units. Entering this policy arena would be a significant step. And before an inclusionary zoning, often the units may need to be affordable for the length of the projects. That's why we kind of set a pretty high bar for ourselves to test the market and to see what potential impacts might be of the yield of the units versus perhaps impacts on the private market, where most of our construction is actually in the form of rental units right now. So to understand the market analysis, the consultants completed what they call residual land value analysis, which essentially is tries to assess how much a developer would be willing to pay for land for a project. So this is sort of the land plus any improvements that there may be and anticipated profits. So what goes into it are revenues, typically at least 10% or so, minus revenue. So this is for how much they can rent or sell the units, minus the expected profit margin. Soft costs include things like municipal fees or financing. Hard costs would be things like labor and, of course, materials. And that, after subtracting all of these costs from expected revenue, is sort of provides the kind of land value analysis. The analysis, again, is based on a model that SHS has used in many other municipalities, in particularly Ontario. But they adapted for our local market, in particular the rental component of our market. So they tested 3 housing markets, so higher priced, medium priced, and lower priced areas of the municipality in a kind of urban suburban area, I should say. They also tested 3 build forms, so higher density, medium density, and lower density developments. They also tested 2 tenure options, so affordable ownership or rental. They also tested 3 set-aside rates, so for example, 5%, 10%, and 20% of affordable units within developments. And they also tested 2 affordability levels, so 100% average market rents. So our average would include both new and older rent in older existing buildings, and also 80% of average market rents. So that's 80% market, you know, it will be significantly lower for newer construction, for new units. And you also looked at the value of upzoning. So this is the inclusionary zoning. What would that cost? As part of the analysis, they also completed a number of interviews, both with nonprofit sector and with the private sector. Some of the questions we asked about were housing needs in the community, the existing trends around purpose-built rental housing, which was, they admitted, was quite a unique component in HRM. They also asked about current challenges of things like both building and maintaining affordable units, and of partnering between nonprofits and private sector, which some of the nonprofit and private developers actually tested some of those partnerships in the past. Yeah, that's my last point. So the study demonstrated the importance of built form and construction materials in project viability and in relation to inclusionary zoning in particular. So in general, this is quite a complicated chart. I don't know if I can explain it well, but you can see on the left side, higher density developments was anything up to 40 stories. Medium density was up to 9 stories. Low densities was around, 3 stories and less. And on the side, you have your base residual land values. We also included bonus zoning, the current bonus zoning program, in combination with potential inclusionary zoning. We also tested the 10% at 80% average market rents and 20% at 100%, and so for each of the tests. And the viability threshold was set at least 10%. So anything in the kind of green and blue is viable. Anything yellow, red is sort of not valuable, sort of minus 30. So as you can see from this bar, really the only projects that may be viable, based on the set of assumptions, of course, would be more of a medium to low density developments at 80% or 100% average market values. So this is sort of the chart. And this is just in more detail, again, showing the bar where the projects are valuable. What's interesting and what was perhaps a little surprising for us is that the higher density projects, would really be stretched by additional inclusionary zoning requirements. Due to the higher cost of construction, doesn't mean that none of the, and again, there's some assumptions. If someone owned the land for a long time or locked in financing, that's why you may see, still projects happening in the city. But anyone new going forward may be challenged to build those high density developments. So what are the key findings? Again, high-rise developments generally are not viable with inclusionary zoning. Mid-rise construction can be viable in certain markets, typically the lower-priced markets. And it's interesting, it is the lower-rise construction, so maybe the larger subdivisions that could accommodate some form of inclusionary zoning. However, there is a risk that given that currently we have a large proportion of our construction is rental units, which take a longer time to recuperate their costs because they're more of a longer term investments versus selling units quickly. it may have impact on our overall rental construction going forward. Again, highlighting the fact that we have very strong purpose-built rental development industry, which still is, even though it's still may not be affordable to many, it is the envy of other municipalities. We are seeing an uptake on more construction based on recent changes in our policies. And in our market, this was a big kind of point of discussion during our interviews, is that proportionally great number of units are available on the rental market. Our local developers prefer to maintain ownership of those units versus selling them for condos. This may be changing, but at this time that's still true. And yeah, they take a little longer to generate the revenue, to recover the costs. One of the other, so the study is actually really interesting, really good read. It also talks about the management, the long-term management of those affordable units that may result from inclusionary zoning, and the need to not just accept the units, but to manage them over a long time. The agreements are usually very long-term. And currently, the municipality does not have the capacity to manage those units. It would require new staff, new levels of expertise. It is the units, but also the households in those units. So testing, for example, things like income levels or household compositions, which would be quite new for us. In the conversations, we also discovered that nonprofits generally express preference for managing units that they own versus renting or owning units within private developments. Some of them have tried such partnerships and they were not, always successful. And private sector developers also prefer to maintain control over the entire building, and they found some of the partnerships sometimes challenging to navigate. And yes, from the MIS perspectives, we would need to monitor them for long term, and every 5 years, it would be wise to review the policy. You want to have stability, but you also want to be able to tweak the policies based on changing housing needs and market conditions as well. So the report also speaks to our current program. So through the bonus zoning in the regional center and also now suburban areas for plan amendment applications, we do have a pretty effective, it is a form of inclusionary zoning, collecting money in lieu on all new developments of a certain size. And the proceeds of the fund are being used to fund our affordable housing grant program, which I think last year generated over 100 units. Aaron can speak to it in more detail, but it is the nonprofit housing sector spoke very highly of it. It may not be a huge amount of money, but it actually helps leverage other funding sources from the federal government and from the province, and it can actually have quite meaningful impact for housing units that are affordable in the long term, that fit the nonprofit mandate and does not require the municipality from monitoring it in the long term. So in conclusion, as presented earlier, the inclusionary zoning program in the current housing conditions, market conditions, it is not advisable in most markets for high density developments. Potential impacts could include, and it may be viable in some mid-rise and lower density constructions in some markets. The potential impacts could include rates of construction, supply, and overall affordability of market units, especially in rental housing. Partnership between private and nonprofit providers, can work, but can also be challenging if we cannot assume that they will work for all those units. It will also require administrative costs and additional staff from HRM should council choose to proceed with this program. And on the other side, we in the staff report, we talk about the effectiveness of the current bonus zoning program, which of course can be reviewed and improved, but it does provide an important source of revenue for deeply affordable units because it targets nonprofit housing, both new construction and also purchasing, for example, existing units or renovations to existing units. In addition, the affordable housing strategy, which should be coming to council in the next few months, can also further review municipal role in housing and how they may relate to inclusionary zoning. Therefore, at this time, staff are not recommending to proceeding with the program. But again, the policies can be, revisited again should the market conditions improve, say, in 5 years or so. And that completes my presentation. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much, Gasha, for that presentation. Let me get my request back up. So with that, we will go back to Councillor Cleary.
Thank you so much, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Toda, and all your staff for meeting with me in person and virtually and going through this and presenting here today. I have to say, reading through the consultant's report, every page was more deflation. It was kind of like, we've been waiting so long for this, and I was looking forward to it. We have future growth nodes out there that we were really hoping we could get inclusionary zoning in. And then the kick in the gut was like, the economics just don't work. The staff resources just aren't there. The province isn't supportive of what we're trying to do, so they're not going to do it. So we have to stand up a whole new agency if we want to go ahead and do this, or contract out someone like the YWCA or someone to run it for us. But then we still need staff resources to do all that, set up the policy, put in a program, and that can take quite a bit of time. And so I reluctantly accept the recommendation. But what I do have a couple questions. So the future growth nodes that aren't yet in a planning process, and the ones that are not yet to us, so like M District, for example, Micmac Mall, we've already done that. It's finished. But West End Mall is still out there. It's coming back to us soon, but it was initiated just before the province gave us the authority to do this, and certainly before we had all this information. So if you could just speak to sort of the timing and the process for future growth nodes, master planning processes, the development agreements that come out from those, where some of them still aren't there, maybe the economics change, and for those in flight, is it still something that could be discussed, at least with those property owners that could come forward? Maybe we don't even mandate it. Maybe there's partnerships that other nonprofits could inject themselves into. I mean, I'm just still holding out hope that we actually get units built. And not to disparage our density bonus program. I think it's fantastic. We have seen really great leveraging, especially with the rapid housing initiative stuff that came from the federal government for the last number of years. All the stuff we did for the nonprofits and stuff that's coming through, like even in my district with the Catholic Archdiocese and the project that they're looking at St. Teresa's. And so just speak a little bit to that process and whether or not there's any glimmer of hope in the near or medium term future that we might still get units built in some of the stuff that's happening or could happen.
Through the chair to Councillor Clary, yes, absolutely. And I think this is why we're not completely shutting down the door on this. Recommendation number 3 speaks to continue to consider feasibility of inclusionary zoning as a future tool for affordable housing in future planning processes. So I think if that's again spelled out at the initiation in particular, so we signal to developer it's something we're interested in. Even now, there are policies even in Central Plan that speak to considering the use of these tools. And when you have large sites, where you have mix of housing, both higher density, but medium and low, I think in particular in those areas, there could be opportunity to, support some partnerships between nonprofits. I think we had unintentionally, there is a bit of an example of that in Southdale, where YWCA was able to get access to a quite significant number of units for low-income families and woman-led households. And actually for the Micmac Mall and Southdale and maybe another one, we are actually already including an option that part of the bundle zoning, perhaps more, could be accepted in the form of units or land, which then could be transferred to a nonprofit organization to actually secure housing. So they build an asset, they own the asset, they manage the asset, and they can kind of use that to leverage other projects. So absolutely.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I know, you're tangential to the housing strategy that's being developed as well. And so any sense of, the process that we're still going through? I know we're not expecting that back, but is there anything we can do to help build capacity if we're going to rely on the nonprofit sector? Is there anything we can do to really build capacity or help them build capacity? And even things like co-ops, support more co-ops and get more co-op housing in here, which is that nice kind of sweet spot between that sort of private and nonprofit where the co-op organization is really involved. I see Mr. Murnahan coming down. Thank you. Is there anything we can do through accessing the bonus density money to help do those kind of things where maybe we can't mandate an inclusionary zoning, but we can get the same outcome in some other mechanism?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor. Aaron Murnahan, manager of the Housing Accelerator Fund program. So as Kasia mentioned, in the next couple months, you'll be seeing an emerging directions report on the affordable housing strategy. And then in August, you'll be seeing the final document, hopefully, if we get your support. All of that is around building capacity in the nonprofit sector. And since the inception in 2021 of the program, we've had $40 million leveraged through the AHTP program. Pardon me. Dave, could you come up for 1 sec? Sorry, just lost my breath there for a second. Yeah, if you could bring me water, that'd be great. Yeah. Tie is a little too tight, my apologies. Thank you for that. And since 2021, we've also funded over 770 units of new construction of affordable housing. And we've also funded almost 1,500 units, including retrofitting and acquisition of new units. So the whole purpose of the new strategy that we're bringing to you is building capacity in that sector, and that's how we feel we can be most effective.
I appreciate that. I also appreciate Mr. I think it was Dave Paterson, his rescue of the water. Thank you for that, Dave.
No worries. Thank you for being here. Okay, next on the list we have Councillor Saint-Amand.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The question that I have is building off of what Councillor Cleary asked. He noted some of the chips that need to fall in order for a program like this to go ahead were the opportunity to arise. What I'm curious about is how can something like that be, how quickly can something like that be stood up? I mean, we haven't established the firm framework for the use of a program like this. This was an analysis to determine whether it could work and what some of the competing factors are coming from the density bonusing that we have now and whether or not it's realistic with current market conditions. Were the conditions to change such that the economics of it made sense? And there are some economics that come from our side as well in order to be able to spin up a new agency to manage it. But how realistic is it to expect something like that to happen quickly, given the timeline that was associated with just determining whether or not this was feasible in the first place? If we hold out hope that this is something that we can institute in the future, are we going to be able to move quickly and nimbly enough to effect change in the way that we envision? Or is this a little bit more unwieldy, and so we may or may not be able to institute it quickly enough to take advantage of the changing market conditions? Or do we just need the market conditions to stay in a particular state for a longer period of time in order to even reasonably expect to be able to use this type of housing planning?
Through the chair to Council Jean Saint-Amand. So obviously we haven't, will be a new program for us. So we would probably, I would say probably wait at least 3 to 5 years to see and maybe do another mini study, a bit of a quick update to the market study. It would be, typical planning process. I think we have at least some parameters. We have much greater understanding of the tool right now than we did before. And the study recommends, things that we could focus on growth nodes or the rapid transit corridors. We could, transition it slowly. So I think the planning process would be probably a few months, at least to a year. Mm-hmm. We would need to probably do more deeper consultation with both nonprofits and the private market to understand it. And I think the planning process probably wouldn't be as onerous as developing the program and the monitoring program. So maybe I'll turn over to Aaron now to speak about the other side of managing the units and the tenants.
Sure. Thank you, through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor. So one of the main issues for us is resourcing, obviously, to implement and administer an ongoing program to monitor those units. So we know that the most effective use of the money that we are getting as part of the fees that we're collecting from development is in providing those to nonprofits so that they can acquire new units of existing affordable housing. That's much more cost effective than purchasing or renting newer units that are $600,000 a door in some cases. So that's I think we're leaving the door open through the strategy to revisit it, potentially in future growth nodes and other specific areas in a surgical sense. But there will be a need for additional staff resources to do that, and it would mean potentially watering down the existing density bonusing program. So that cost benefit of the potential of getting more units for less money through acquisition compared to that new construction.
There's an obvious trade-off there. Plus, we lack the same degree of flexibility that we have underneath the density bonus.
Absolutely, and I think it's worth noting that existing programs administered by CMHC, for instance, like the MLI Select program, is resulting in affordable units in many of these new developments. But we're simply not able to track that because a lot of that data is not shared with us by CMHC, but it does account for hundreds of units.
Okay. Thank you both.
All right, thank you. Councillor Kent.
Yes, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I just need to know a little bit about, thank you for the work on everything, by the way. It's not easy, everything that you're carrying right now. But Cassie, you would be aware of the kinds of developments that are happening within, for instance, the Eastern Passage area. They're smaller density. Those are great size units, buildings, developments. What I want to know, I guess, is where in the process would a developer know about a potential opportunity for bonus zoning? Is it something that they have to go on the website and look it all over if they haven't heard? Maybe somebody's told them. Is it something that they learn from staff if they put in a permit application or the beginning stages of a development agreement or any of those pieces? I guess what I'm trying to get at is how well have we put it out there? Because there's a lot of smaller developers that have no interest in any of the big higher density units, but they're out there and they're working hard and they have a really good solution to units in communities that just are not at the stage where something more dense is going to happen. District 3 has a lot of that. And so I just want to know, how do we get that information out to the public in that way? And if they haven't heard about it, does staff bring it to their attention? And at what point in the process would that happen to make sure that, for instance, the information that Councillor Sanamon talked about is how quick can it be stood up? I agree with Councillor Clary on keeping the door open on those, but how does that look for these smaller developers, and how can we make sure that they are aware?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor. So just to clarify, were you asking how potential applicants in the nonprofit sector find out about the ability to use those density bonusing fees?
No, I'm talking about individual developments that.
Okay, I'll let you.
Yeah.
Against the Chair to Council Kent. So, and do you mean the current bonus zoning program?
Yeah.
Correct? Yeah.
Yeah.
So in the regional center, it is quite clearly spelled out in our bylaws. So any project over 2,000 square meters, only 20% of the top floor area of the project must pay into the density, is subject to density bonusing guest charges, and 60% of that must go to the affordable housing. So that goes into a reserve, and then the nonprofits can apply The remaining 40% can also be allocated to affordable housing or to some, public art or improvements, other improvements, on the property. So in the regional center, that's probably a permit review. So it's a little bit different in the suburban areas. In the suburban areas, right now, we have what we call the interim bundle zoning program through the regional plan policy. So that only applies right now to site-specific plan amendment applications, which, we don't have that many right now because the suburban planning process. But it does apply to the HA, the Housing Accelerator Zone that went through the process because there was a plan amendment process. It also applies to the new kind of suburban opportunity sites, the kind of BRT development agreements. It also applies to the larger site, even future service communities and the larger suburban sites. So there's actually, it's been growing. And how do they find out? So for developers, it would be flagged if they're making a site-specific application, it would be flagged at that time that they may be subject to it. Many of the smaller developments, it would be over 2,000 square meters, so that's probably 40, 50 units. It would not affect them. But in terms of partnership with nonprofits for units, they do, many of them are subject to CMHC financing programs, so they might have some units that are below market. And then sometimes it's nonprofits, I think, that are maybe seeking those partnerships. I think some of them are quite proactive. They may actually reach out on their own, but I don't know if Erin has any other insight, if there is other ways to partner or to flag opportunities with nonprofits.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, no, that Kasia is exactly right. We have the Housing and Homelessness Partnership, and we're constantly in connection with nonprofits around the municipality, and they're often talking to us about potential partnerships that they're looking at with the private sector. But really, their interest, for the most part, is owning their own buildings and being able to leverage that equity from owning those buildings to build their own capacity and build new units. So that's really where we're seeing most of that effort today.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. When I read this, it's a great report. When I read through it, I looked at it from an entirely different perspective than the discussion we're having so far. And I was wondering, I think part of the reason why we're not recommending the inclusionary zoning right now is, well, the impact on the developers, but also the impact on renters out there, those that pay market rate. So that started me thinking about the bonus zoning and what we're in terms of how much are we currently collecting for bonus zoning. I'm wondering about the impacts it might have on the renters that pay market rate, because as we heard during our budget discussions, if property taxes or fees go up, they were telling us that renters would pay more. So I'm curious about the impact of that, and I'm also curious about I know this report was about inclusionary zoning, but I'm curious about the bonus zoning in terms of how much money have we collected, and I realize that is reduced somewhat because we changed the way we collect that money. And then, is it all going to affordable housing, or are we looking at other things like parks, like recreation facilities, and all those things that we're missing in our communities? Even investments in active transportation, for example. When I look at what other municipalities are doing, they are investing in transit. They are investing in other things. And part of the reason why I'm thinking about this is, goodness knows we need more affordable housing, but the federal and provincial governments are investing more. So I'm curious. I guess we're going to hear more about this when we receive the housing strategy. I prefer to use the word housing strategy because I hope it looks after all residents and not just those that require deeply affordable or affordable housing, but those that, do pay market rates. So just curious about some of those things.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, I can't tell you exactly what the rates are that we're currently charging, but it does differ around different parts of the municipality, different parts of the regional center. But I can say that we've collected approximately $30 million since 2021, specifically for affordable housing. And that has been redistributed through the program, which I mentioned earlier to Councillor Cleary's question around the number of units that have been funded. And as Kasia mentioned, about 60% of the affordable housing or of the density bonusing fees that are collected are directed to affordable housing. So if you do the math, then that brings us probably to around $50 million that's been collected in total since 2021.
Just quickly add, it's 60%, but I believe in most cases the developers just choose to put 100% affordable housing. I'm not sure whether we collected much for other things, but yeah, there are other categories such as public art, parks. I think there was a new addition around improvements around right of way. So say there's a sidewalk or access to a park. So I think that's a new category. And there's also a significant portion that could go to heritage. So if you have a heritage property, then I think it's 90% that can go to heritage. So it is a way to also incentivize reinvestment in heritage buildings. But certainly there could be opportunity to look how that's parceled out, whether the same policy would apply in, say, suburban areas in the future, where we are hearing a lot more about sidewalks and basic infrastructure. So that's definitely appreciated. But when you look at the volume of development we've had in recent years, 30 million, it's not, per unit, it's not an enormous amount, but it does vary based on land values. And I guess the theory behind bonus zoning and to some extent inclusionary zoning, that once this charge is known, it should be absorbed into the land values, right? So developers should be willing to pay a little less for land if they are aware ahead of time of this potential cost. So there's some rebalancing of the market around the land values as well over time.
So you don't see it actually being incorporated into the market rents? Or
I would think
sure,
yeah.
Some of it's a link.
Some of it should be kind of the land values analysis. Developers should be, this is one of the soft costs they should be aware of that, and it should be reflected to some extent in the land values. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Councillor Morse.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you for the report and all the work that went into this. It is a bit disappointing that this, what we thought might be a solution for us, is not going to work, at least not right now. I'm wondering if you'd say a little bit more about what is working and how the density bonusing is allowing HRM to help NGOs leverage funds from other levels of government and the importance of that leverage. And also, are there any financial tools you're looking at that you could give us sort of a sneak peek on that that you think might have more potential for us in the future, reserves or something like that? Thank you.
Certainly through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor. So the intention of the affordable housing strategy is really to enhance, or our recommendation will be to enhance the existing programs that we're already running. We know, based on discussions with the nonprofit sector, that our current program is making up about 10% of the total funding that they're seeing in support of their projects, but it's really the most important 10% because it's getting them over the finish line in many cases, or it's filling a gap in funding from other levels of government, or it's allowing them to then be eligible for funding from other levels of government. So we've continuously heard in our engagement with them that it's invaluable to the success of their projects. And the hope through the strategy is to encourage the continuation of that into the future.
And are you looking at tools, financial tools that HRM could use in the future to maybe have more sustainable funding?
There will be a number of tools that we'll be considering for you, and those will be evaluated through the affordable housing strategy. I don't want to give too much information away yet because we do have a report coming to CPED and then to Regional Council next month, an emerging directions report. And that does have extensive best practice research and jurisdictional scan of what other municipalities are doing. So I don't want to give you too much of a sneak peek yet, but
Okay.
certainly there will be significant information coming to you in the next month.
Okay, so there's a lot more we could do in this area, it sounds like. So great.
Absolutely.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Morris. Councillor Hinch.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So, you know, I'm sad that this isn't going to go through because I see it could have benefited the North End quite well. So I'm trying to understand when it comes to the high end. I'm trying to understand why wouldn't it benefit or why wouldn't it work for them? Because I know there's times when, you know, they want more. They want more so they offer if they want more levels on their buildings, they will sometimes, you know, give up some affordable housing, which is normally 10% or something of that nature. So why couldn't it work in that case for them? I'm just trying to understand.
Through the chair to Councillor Hinch. So again, the model is not the perfect model. It is based on, you know, most projects most of the time based on some assumptions. But in general, what the consultants found right now is that the high density developments, the cost of construction has been increasing, you know, a lot. So the cost of construction viability projects are actually you know, may not be viable in most cases. So adding additional charge, especially looking at rental units for the length of the building, or the length of the project, it just may not be viable. So yeah, they are being offered, but in the past, you know, we have not had a great rate of success with actually seeing those units come to fruition. And again, it also connects to additional costs and administrative processes that we would need to develop to make sure we monitor those units over a long term in a relatively small number of projects.
So I do see, you know, there's some developers that you know, they come with, you know, asking for different projects to be rezoned and type of things like that. So if they were asking for inclusionary zoning, if a nonprofit or a developer asks, would they be just totally turned down at this point in time because we don't offer it? Is that how it is?
Again, to the councillor, well, we don't have a program to accept the units and to formally have an agreement with a nonprofit to take over the units. Bonus zoning, the way we chose to implement it in the regional center and perhaps in a suburban area as well in the future, we are looking at the kind of overall upzoning that we do through new plan. So it is at that time that we come up with more of a formula to see what the charge for bonus zoning because of the larger upzoning may be at the time of a new plan versus one-on-one negotiations between projects. Because I think our overall approach to housing right now is to streamline policies and regulations and to create certainty for the market to see what can be built and where, and to have, you know, also quicker approvals, right? So every time we stop and negotiate one-on-one projects, it takes longer. So right now we don't have a program to accept units or to recognize those units as part of a rezoning. Our approach has been to do it more holistically through a new plan.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Hinch. I don't see any more names on the list, so we'd like to go questions being called. We'll go to our computers to vote. Okay, and that passes. Just thank you to Kasia and Aaron again for being here this morning to take us through that. Next, we'll move on to notice. We don't have any notices of tabled matters, and we don't have a public hearing today, which brings us to correspondence. Madam Clerk, have we received any correspondence?
Yes, correspondence has been received and circulated for items 13.11, 13.12, and 15.21.
Thank you. 13.1.1 and 13.1.2 were approved on consent, which moves us up to 13.2 petitions. Does anyone have a petition that they would like to present today? No petitions. We don't have any information items brought forward, which brings us to reports. 15.1.1 passed on consent. So we are now at 15.1.2, proposed amendments to Administrative Order 18 respecting revenue collections policy, revised tax sale fees. Would someone like to put the motion on the floor? Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll move that Halifax Regional Council adopt the amendments to Administrative Order 18 respecting revenue collections policy as set out in Attachment A to the staff report dated April 7, 2026. And this, very quickly, we talked about this during the budget process. This was one of those things we looked at to diversify our revenue and come closer to cost recovery. And so now it's here.
Questions being called. We'll go to our machines for a vote. Okay, and that passes. 15.1.3 and 15.1.4 were passed on consent, which brings us to 15.1.5, and I'll look to Councillor White to put that on the floor. I mean, did I miss one? Oh, I did. Thank you. Yes, 15.1.4, proposed amendments to Administrative Order 2018-05 ADM. Would somebody like to put that 15.1.4 on the floor? Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council adopt the amendments to Administrative Order 2018-005-ADM, the Administrative Order on Construction Site Management as set out in Attachment 3 of the staff report dated April 8, 2026.
Okay, that was seconded by Councillor Steele.
I do have a question for staff on this one. And I appreciate what's in here, especially on the accessibility side. I think it's fabulous. And this may sort of, because it's not specifically in here, and I just want to know how we address this. And that is, what about the criteria or the process for allowing the closures? So not what we do with the closures, how we manage those, but the process for allowing the closures. Is there a way to have fewer closures and ensure temporary pedestrian paths on most sites? I'm dealing with this now. I know a number of urban councillors are. And so I'm just wondering if any staff are here who could speak to that.
I believe we have Anne
The
Sherwood
indefatigable
coming
Miss,
to the
Sherwood.
coming up. Welcome, Anne.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Deputy. I'm Anne Sherwood, Director of Design and Asset Management and Public Works.
Did you catch all the question
I
as you
did
were
not.
racing it? Okay, I will
you.
restate. So I'll compliments on the report. I agree with what's in here. It's fantastic, especially on the accessibility stuff. But what wasn't included, which I was hoping would be included, would be something speaking to the number of closures that we allow in the first place. So the criteria and the process for granting the closures in the first place. Especially in our pedestrian-oriented main streets, we have a lot of construction happening on Spring Garden and Quinpool and lots of other places, Agricola, Gottingen. And so obviously as a councillor, you get a lot of complaints around that sidewalk's closed. Now I have to go across the street, I have to come back across the street, et cetera, et cetera. And in some cases, it's easier to provide a protected pedestrian pathway, in others it's not. So it wasn't included in here. So has there been any thinking around whether we allow these closures in the first place? So what's the criteria? What's the process? Have we, and I thought we were doing some sort of jurisdictional scan where we're going to be looking around and saying, in other places like maybe Montreal, Toronto, they don't allow the say, for example, the sidewalk to be closed necessarily. They have hoarding and scaffolding that protects the pedestrian, but they keep the sidewalk in place. Can you speak to any of those kind of things? And if there's anything maybe in the future coming forward that deal with those?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through to the councillor. There's sort of a couple of different ways that the streets can be closed in HRM, so I can speak to my understanding of the capital construction process, and then I may ask my colleague in development to speak to that side of the business. So with capital construction, we work through our right-of-way department to get a permit. We always look carefully at the scope of the work and try very hard to, mitigate the closures. We understand the impact that they have. And balancing that with the safety and the necessary work that has to happen in order to get the work done. So when things are, deep holes, pipe work, traffic signal bases, bigger holes require more space, bigger equipment, and that tends to be more impactful to the traveling public, whether they be pedestrians, transit, vehicles, et cetera. And so we try to mitigate that. We also have a tool that we use on top of our regular liquidated damages with just general construction completion timelines. We sometimes use road rental fees, but traditionally that has been done for like long-term closures for bridges and detours and things like that. But it's a tool that we could use, but I would say we don't have, other than the sort of standard practice of looking at it, carefully to make sure that we're not closing streets unnecessarily. It's a balance between getting the work done with more access and, pull the Band-Aid off, get it done quickly, provide more access, to be closed one pedestrian ramp at a time, takes 4 times as long, but then the impact is less. And to your point, sometimes we have options for temporary connections and detours, and sometimes it's a lot more constrained. So from a capital perspective,
on the road construction side, I understand the constraints. Okay. And I know it's kind of unfair to ask you in particular, but if there is anyone from planning and development engineering, I think most of what we deal with is around construction site, private construction sites. Road work we know is inevitable, although I would like to see more pedestrian access through some of those. So I don't know if any colleagues here, but I'm out of time, so maybe I'll have to come back.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Cleary. Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just had a question about one of the specifications. It says suitable protection from vehicular traffic. What's the definition there, and what would that look like on the street, if you could? Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Deputy, through to the councillor. That would typically be dependent on the street and the order, a larger street. So a suitable protection from vehicle traffic could be something like a temporary curb. It could be something like a fence. It could be, as appropriate to the condition. So it does vary. Sometimes we get into, large construction barriers. We try to mitigate that because they take up more space, which, space is at a premium there. So we tend to use those when there's other hazards involved, like big holes for things to fall in. So, we look at it on a case-by-case basis, but it might be something like a temporary curb or a fence or things like that. Sometimes it's just distance.
Okay. I guess in terms of safety, the cement barrier would be the safest option, wouldn't it? So I'm just trying to understand when that would be determined, if we're having a safe enough standard for this.
Thank you to the councillor. We would look at also the length of time that the closures would be in place. And sometimes the concrete barriers might be, more appropriate and more needed over the winter, for example, to help with snowplow. If it's shorter term in the summer, sometimes that isn't necessary. It can also be used to help the wayfinding for those with visual impairments, but sometimes there are other tools that we could use.
Okay.
So that's the balance that we look for in each site is, as you can imagine, might be a bit different.
Right. Okay. So the seasonal part of it is a factor.
That's also a factor, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Morris. Councillor White.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. What I'm wondering with this report, thank you for it. It's exciting to see things, especially talking about like urban size signage. That's a big one. So I'm wondering, passing this, what are we going to see differently? Like I've never seen. I saw this picture with the barrier and the 4 pylons underneath it. I've never seen that in practice. So is this a change that now we'll start to see that? And then with the urban size signs as well, like it's quite common to be walking down a sidewalk now and see a huge kind of highway size sign blocking the sidewalk, and you got to call it in. And are we going to see less of that with these changes? What will we see differently in the field with these changes?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, through to the councillor. So some of those changes that you mentioned have been in place for some time. I think part of it is a matter of making sure that everybody in industry and all of our staff are made aware of those changes. So the smaller signs and the sort of the sawhorse with the sort of kick plate or the detectable bottom, we've had those in the toolbox for a little while now, a year or two maybe. And so that part isn't the change. The change today is the administrative order, and that to just reflect the reference to the updated CSA standard fundamentally, and the change in the sidewalk width. But the signage changes have been in place for a while. Some of the enforcement of that is still a work in progress, I'll say. So that is an option, and it's a requirement to keep signs off the sidewalk, and the smaller signs are available as tools in the toolbox. And so it's a matter of making sure that we're on top of that as internal staff and as industry to make use of those tools, and to keep making sure that people are using them, and to call it in if you see something that looks out of place.
Okay, so is there any, with getting this in our AO, is there any ongoing education through development engineering or what? Because it's still quite common. I hear what you're saying. So residents are to call 311 when they see these things. Councillors contact development engineering. Is there anything ongoing to improve adherence to the rules so that we're not always trying to correct things that shouldn't have been done in the first place?
Good morning. I'm Ashley Blissett, Manager of Development Engineering, through you, Deputy Mayor, to the Councillor. Development Engineering is regularly works with industry. We have pre-construction meetings. We discuss the signage. We do inspections, and we also utilize some of our internal enforcement officers, so either parking officers, or we have some compliance in planning and development as well. When development engineering staff can't be on site every day, but we are working with them. We do get, if a sign is put up and we are aware of it, we are able to get a quick turnaround with applicants. But to your point, there is a little bit more education. We spend a lot of time with the applicants and the developers, and a little bit more education probably is needed to get the message down to those that are actually installing the signs. So we are working, we do that as well, and we do work with the provincial safety officers as well. So there's quite a bit of dialogue taking in education. And we have seen improvement, and I know that there is concern that there is still signs out there that do pop up, but we have seen a significant improvement over the last few years especially. But yeah, there's always improvement that's needed.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I find development engineering very responsive and really great to work with. My next question is similar to Councillor Cleary. I read something on page 2 about temporary sidewalks, and just why would they not be not a pedestrian management plan? Why would that not be part of planning in an urban area? I read something there that sometimes they are, sometimes they're not. I guess I'm thinking of right now, Spring Garden Road's got a sidewalk closure at Roby there, and like it's a really wide road. Why wouldn't we add a temporary sidewalk there?
Mayor, to the councillor, each site is reviewed. It's a site-specific review that's taking place, and on the development side, when we're looking at the construction management, we are looking at the whole project, but also in phases. So sometimes in the first phase, depending on the work that's taking place, where they're starting their construction, especially a lot of the development, especially in the downtown, starts excavation and it's right up to the property line. Yeah. And so if that project is starting at that end of the site, then that sidewalk may need to be closed at that time. I'd have to look site specific, but it's site specific decisions that are made, and we do it in consultation with active transportation, transit, parking, our right-of-ways group, any coordination with any other projects as well. So there is a lot of dialogue that takes place internally, and these decisions, it's not one decision fits all projects. Each project is based on how they're constructing and what they're constructing, and sometimes what the complexity is around that.
Thank you, Ashley.
All right, thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. In regards to the temporary sidewalk paths and stuff, I've seen in some places creative uses of walk-through sea cans. I thought that's a very creative way and very well protected and easy to advertise on the side as well. So are sea cans, walk-through sea cans, going to be encouraged as a possible alternative?
Yeah, that was a unique request that took place, and it's certainly one that we tested out, and it seems to be working. It works well on Hollis Street there. It may not work well in other areas. That particular site is using the sea can because I believe they're going to use place another sea can on top and use it as their field office because of the nature of their site. There really is nowhere else to put it. So rather than taking more space in the road, they're going to go vertical. So that could be something we see more of in the future.
Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure it was included as a possibility. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Councillor Hensby. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thanks for this. Thanks for the report. It's been a few years in the making, and it's good. So Ashley, you did answer one of my questions I was going to ask. Has there been an improvement since 2024? And you said it has. So is that in terms of less complaints through 311, or just wondering how that improvement is qualified? And on the Councillor White mentioned the picture there with the closed sidewalk, closed barricade with the pylons to be cane detectable. This is still predominantly, I believe, complaint based, right? So, because those pylons could be moved or could be like it's not like a permanent fixture. I'm thinking of the white cane users, and this is where we've had a lot of our concerns arise from before, people who actually get injured by tripping over something because their cane doesn't detect it at the bottom. So it's really, really important that these barriers or barricades are cane detectable. And on the protected temporary sidewalks that other cities do, why don't we have something like that in place here? So if they are closing off a sidewalk for an extended amount of time, why are they not required to build a new protected sidewalk in lieu of the closed one that they need to close for their construction project? I don't know if I know the answer to that.
Thank you, Madam Deputy, through to the councillor. So I'll take the piece about the pylons. So that is a piece, a tool that the Nova Scotia Temporary Workplace Manual has allowed us to use, and so they sort of the lead with that document, and then we have a supplement that updates that internally. So there are other tools in the toolbox that we continuously work with the province to see if there's other options that might be. This is a sort of a first check. It's something with existing tools that they have in place. All the contractors have that. Moving forward, I would hope that we would find something a little bit more maybe sturdy, and that we could, out of the box use and something that's still easy to maneuver and place and things like that. But that has, it's a little more stable and not as easy to move around and put places we don't want it and things like that. So that work is ongoing. We our colleagues in right of way and others work regularly with the province to update those standards. So that work is ongoing. So hopefully over time we'll see that modernized as well.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor. I'll start with the metrics. So yes, I don't have numbers for you, but what I have is a gut feel and a relationship feel of what we're trying to accomplish out there. So one of the responsibilities of development engineering is to build that good relationship with industry out there, and definitely have seen an improvement over the last few years with that. And also the response time, so the responsiveness of being able to contact that site manager and say, hey, we have a problem, and having it fixed right away. There's always going to be complaints. And sometimes those complaints are helpful because, we have a lean team that can't be at every construction site every day. So they help us out. We also have great relationships internally with our other colleagues in other departments, as I mentioned, who have been very helpful as well. So they're aware of the responsibilities. Either they'll take care of it and mention it to the site, or they'll bring it up to development engineering. But I think at the end of the day, we're building that relationship, and it's the responsiveness of it. So yes, we still will always get complaints because that's just the nature of construction, that it's going to cause a nuisance. But it's just a feel. So
If that were anyone else saying that, Miss Ashley, but because it's you, I believe it. And just the question on why we don't make all construction projects build temporary protected sidewalks.
So right now the current practice is if one construction project comes in and they require to close a sidewalk to facilitate their construction, then we rely on detouring the pedestrians to the opposite side of the sidewalk. And then we keep the option open to have a protected sidewalk should the other side of the street go under development. Okay. So right now that's the current practice. It's not to say that it can't change, but one of the reasons why we're doing that is to ensure that we always have one sidewalk that's open to pedestrians, but also it's the impact to transit. It's the impact to the road user as well. Some of our streets just become too tight with two protected sidewalks and still trying to maintain all the other services that we require on it. So just back to what I was saying before, it's just it's site specific that we're looking at these things. And sometimes there is a little bit of give and take. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's always a trade-off. Always, okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Purdy. Councillor Hinch.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So I have a project on West Street that's going on there. So a part of the sidewalk is blocked, and you literally have to walk out into the street. There is the opposite side as well that people can cross to. But again, when you come to Weston Agricola, on the opposite side of the street, most people will try to cross there instead of going way back over to press the button to cross at the crosswalk. So I'm wondering why, that can't be changed. So like the light is on that opposite side of the street because people are taking, you know, their life in their hands crossing that side. So I've asked the question a number of times, but nothing ever seems to be changed. This particular project is probably over a year now since it's been going on. Doesn't look like it's, you know, finishing anytime soon. So I'm in it, and it's literally cutting half of the street off. So the other thing is that when people are walking around it, because they're some people may be lazy and don't want to walk over to the other side of the street, so they'll walk around the barrier on the road to get to where the light is, so they can press it. But also there is that blind spot too, for people that are coming down West Street or coming off of Grigla and making a right-hand turn onto West. So I mean, that's, you know, I've asked about it a number of times already. Also, when it comes to the barrier with the pylons, not only you know, it's good for the canes, but it's not so good for people who have, you know, dogs that are guiding them. Because if, you know, say the pylons were gone, you know, a dog does what a dog does. It'll go under. Whereas the person who's visually impaired, and I've seen this myself, because myself and Councilor Clary, we went on what was called it was a visually impaired, walking on the blind side, and walking on the blind side, which, you know, you put a blindfold on, you're being directed by somebody else to walk you through the city. And mostly for this walk on the blind side was, you know, to show what they deal with on a day-to-day basis, the barriers that they've encountered, especially when it comes to construction. So I'm trying to understand, you know, I mean, I don't believe the barrier with the pylons, you know, I don't think it's effective. But and again, with the other thing I was discussing was the West Street development that's going on.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor, I'll address the West Street project. I'm not as familiar with those details for you with that project, but I'll have to go back and talk to the team about you know, what's been approved, what phase of the application they are in, and see if there's any changes that we can make to address your concerns. I apologize, I just don't have the details of that specific project in my mind right now.
Thank you, Madam Deputy, through you to the councillor. So with the sort of sawhorse with the pylons, again, that was a tool that was presented to us and suggested by the provincial document. Mm-hmm. So there are other, you know, tools in the toolbox that we're working with the province to be able to use that would be, you know, easier for cane users and people who have service dogs, for the dogs to be able to detect. And so that, again, we're hopeful that, you know, we'll have more options in the toolbox that might work a bit better over time. That was, I think, their first option. But I think, you know, things like adding another rail to the bottom of the sawhorse might be something that we could look into, and using some of the barriers that we use more commonly around parades, sort of the aluminum ones, things like that, making sure people don't trip over the feet. So there are other tools that I think we can continue to work with the province on to that will be more detectable and more user friendly for the public.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Hinch. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm coming back to enforcement, following up on Councillor White's questions. I believe you've already spoken to some of the enforcement of this. What tools do you have in your toolbox in terms of compliance? I know you talked about compliance officers, about development engineering going out, etc. But what if you if you have repeat offenders, how are you dealing with that? Or do you just remove the signage? Or I'm curious on how it's dealt with.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor. The enforcement tools that development engineering uses is what's provided to us in our bylaws. So there's summary offense tickets. Then there's longer form that we make legal referrals to. Sometimes those enforcement tools are not swift, but we do find, if we have the conversation, typically we are getting results. But really it comes down to what is in the bylaw that we can use for enforcement.
Okay. And how frequently have you had to resort to fines, et cetera? Is that an ongoing thing? Was that part of your saying we're seeing improvement because we haven't had to use that?
Yes, there's summary offense tickets that are issued for various reasons, for various sites. It could be parking. It could be part of the, initial education as well. To be truthful, we don't, we have a few matters that we take forward to legal, but I wouldn't say that it's that route is not as common for us. We really do try to deal with the matter at hand, but it's what's allowed in the bylaw for enforcement.
Okay, you foster compliance rather than, yes. Okay, if I have time, another question. So currently, if I don't totally understand this, but sometimes the encroachment fees are discounted if there's marketing. Is that part of this? Maybe you can speak to that. And just building on Councillor Purdy's questions about temporary sidewalks, could this be used to incent temporary sidewalks, for example?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor. Yes, there's a beautification credit that is available. So what that is for when the hoarding goes up. So rather than seeing the plywood or the transparent mesh by itself, it's just to add some beautification. So yeah, there is a fee reduction for that, but it's throughout the life of the encroachment, right? So the beautification only applies for when the beautification is in place. But we do have, well, as you've seen, we do have a fair number of applicants that do provide that. It's a good way to advertise their building and also to, keep something nice for the pedestrians when they're walking around. So yeah. And then you had a question about the sidewalk.
Well, could we use a reduction in fee perhaps to incent the temporary sidewalk? But I guess the requirement for a temporary sidewalk is based on a standard, not using an incentive to have them do it.
The use of the need to remove a sidewalk, I think, is more about how the construction needs of that building, and possibly safety as well. So if we have a deep excavation next to a sidewalk, that sidewalk will need to be closed at least for a certain period of time until the excavation can come up for safety reasons. So certainly we can look into it, but most of the time those sidewalks are being taken for a valid reason.
Okay. But I was thinking, could we incent the temporary sidewalk by providing the discount? Yeah. Okay. For that. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Steele. Councillor White.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just wanted to follow up on the closing the sidewalks as well. I understand the need, if it's not safe to have a sidewalk right beside a drop. But the portion I'm hearing about how we rely on if there's one sidewalk open as not to impact transit and other road users, that I'm having a little trouble with. Is it within municipal control to look deeper at this and not just say, oh, there's one sidewalk open, we're good? Like, can we go further here? Is this within our control to try and keep more sidewalks open where it doesn't have a because many of our roads are quite wide, and I think could allow space for a sidewalk. And I just don't think asking people to cross 3 streets and get back is reasonable in an urban environment where we can prevent it.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor, absolutely, and we certainly do have construction sites where we have had the protected sidewalk put in place while there is another sidewalk going on. There was a project on Roby Street for a number of years before the hospital work started, and there was a protected sidewalk there. We worked closely with transit to make sure that the transit change was kind of incorporated into that protected sidewalk as well. So it really depends on the street. Like I said, every site is site specific. It's just that there's general practice that we follow, but that doesn't necessarily mean that if we can't look at having a protected sidewalk. It's kind of like we're looking at the needs of the street. We're looking at the classification of the street as well. Also, if there's other developments in the area that we have to work with as well. So yeah, we actually have had protected sidewalk while the other side was open too. But like I said, it's all site specific, and what's available and what's happening on that street.
Okay, that's promising to hear that it's within our control, and I'll look for some offline conversations about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor White. Seeing no other names on the list, I just have a couple of questions. Would it be okay if I ask those from the chair? Thank you. So I have spoken with a number of developers, and there's some developers that will prioritize work to shore up the foundation on the side of the sidewalk to be able to open up the pedestrian right away sooner rather than later. And I'm wondering if we're charging enough for the closures to incentivize people to adapt their construction project to get that pedestrian right away open ASAP. I don't know if we're doing that. And I'm also wondering about the beautification piece. Like beautification to me would be public art, it would be wayfinding around a site, it would be something of the benefit to the public, not benefit to the developer. I do have to question why we are providing a discount to developers to place their own advertisements on the hoarding, to advertise their company, advertise their building. That to me is not beautification. That's advertisement, and generally people need to pay for advertisement on public right-of-ways.
To you, Deputy Mayor, I'm just looking for the section of beautification here in the AO. Just if you can just give me a moment. Thank you for your patience. Yeah, so the current requirements were there to enhance aesthetically pleasing, but the options they have is project rendering, sales and marketing information, community murals, and then it goes on to the type of material that has to be affixed to it. So there is the opportunity there for some public art as well, and I believe there are some sites. There's one on Quinpool that does have some public art incorporated into it, and I know that there's been some other ones as well. So it's not always about the advertisement, but that is certainly one of the most common ones, is to provide a rendering of what's coming as well. And then you had your question about the cost of encroachment fees. The cost is what's currently set in the administrative order, and I think staff would have to go back and review that and make a recommendation to council concerning that matter.
All right. Thank you. Perhaps it's something we can revisit at another time. Okay, I don't see any more names on the list. The question has been called. Okay, and that item passes. That moves us on to 15.1.5, the Downtown Halifax Vision 2030, and I will look to Councillor White to put that motion on the floor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council receive this report as the municipal alignment assessment of the Downtown Halifax Business Commission Downtown Halifax Vision 2030 framework, and to endorse the implementation approach outlined in the staff report dated 8 April 2026, whereby HRM will continue to engage with Downtown Halifax Business Commission and advance alignment where feasible through existing council-approved plans, budgets, and processes, requires separate business cases and explicit council approval for any new operating or capital commitments, and C, rely on DHBC to lead advocacy, coordination, and non-municipal implementation.
Second.
All right, that was seconded by Councillor Mancini. Go ahead, Councillor White.
Yeah, I would love to hear from my colleagues first on this, so I'll leave it at that for now, and I could speak to it later if anyone had a chance to read this report, and love to hear your thoughts. And we have DHBC in the room too. Thank you.
Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Councillor White, for putting this on the floor. Who do we have here to speak to the report?
Jake.
My questions are around, later on we're going to be talking about the event strategy too. And so, part of it is, what are the gaps out there? I look at venue gaps, for example. So we look at the downtown core, we have very few live music performing venues, so was there anything in the future with the strategy looking at those types of things? I'm wondering if you could share with that. The big piece is there's no municipal mandate for funding, and so at what point in time do we have that conversation? And my other question is around, do we include I look at this strategy, should we be, I look at my colleague to my right here, should we be incorporating the downtown Dartmouth strategy at the same time in the same document? So I wonder if we could speak to that. And going back to the gaps in venues, is there any conversation with also the old casino site that's owned by the province as part of this as an attraction of the downtown core, right? That's a prime real estate location. So I'm wondering if there's any conversation around that. So those are my questions. Future funding, gaps in physical venues, and conversation around the casino site, incorporating the downtown Dartmouth also.
Great. Thank you. We have Scott Sheffield and Jake Whalen here to answer your questions.
Good morning, everyone. Jake Whalen, Acting Managing Director of Government Relations and External Affairs. Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the Councillor, thank you for the great questions. Some of them are very specific, and I might not be able to speak to them from a GRIA perspective, but what I will say is that the mandate or the mission or the motion passed by Council was for us to do an alignment exercise. So we looked at the downtown 2030 as a vision for the bid that is specific to DHBC. The document itself states that this is a vision for the downtown, but we want to make sure that in our alignment exercise, we make sure that we show that this is the voice of the bid itself. So that's what we did, is we've gone through and we've done this as an alignment exercise to see where the things that DHBC is calling for align with our own properties and so on. The vision, in terms of your first question, the performing arts venue, DHBC has called for a performing arts venue, And we can say that at this time, we don't have staff direction to pursue that, or that we have funding from other orders of government to do that. And we also haven't called for the establishment of that sort of venue specifically in the downtown core. So we want to make sure that anything that is being asked of council comes back to council as a separate business case.
Okay.
So we want to take direction of council, but to show you where this vision aligns with council direction.
And just before I run out of time here, Jake, thank you for that. So this motion doesn't give you direction specifically on that performing arts venue. So you would need some. So I'll wait till my colleague to the left and on that piece. Sorry, carry on to the rest of my question. Sorry.
I'm sorry. The second question, I missed that. Sorry.
I was talking about other venues also, like the old casino site. Are you having conversations with the province and what their intention is with that?
I couldn't speak to that. I think that would be left with Parks and Recreation, and I think I want to emphasize that with this report, this is kind of a broad vision for downtown.
Right.
So I cannot speak to specific files other than the alignment between what HRM is doing generally and the vision of DHBC.
Great. And Deputy Mayor, when we talk later on about the event strategy, I will be bringing up places like the Garrison Grounds and those conversations too. Thanks for the work, guys. I really appreciate it. Deputy Mayor?
All right. Thank you, Councillor Mancini. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Ms. Chair, or Ms. Deputy Mayor. I wasn't really intending on buzzing in, but you get provoked by your colleague to your left there. He's very good at provoking. I support the work here that's been done. I've had the chance to meet with the downtown Halifax folks to talk about this, and so nothing I say here is going to be a surprise to them. The downtown belongs to all of us, really. I mean, it is the front door of the city in many ways, and it is of interest to all of us. And it doesn't belong to just one district, right? And a healthy, thriving downtown is good for all of us. I think there's things like, the report outlines places where we're aligned, our efforts, and where their efforts are aligned. And I think, when you look at some of the transportation issues in particular around transit, around bus rapid transit, around active transit, it's heartening that we're very much speaking the same language, coming from the same place, see the same priorities. We don't align on everything in here. And I mean, it's not that they're bad ideas. It's just we've all been through the horrendous budget cycle we've just been, and we're dealing with a situation where the municipality really, really has to be choosy about where we spend our dollars, because we've encountered the reality of they are very limited, and they're going to be very limited for the next little while. So projects that have other partners, projects that have other backing, things, and just the simple act of prioritization, it's going to be hard, right, going forward, and it's not going to be something that's going to go away anytime soon. And so the only piece in there that I, in particular, putting on my Dartmouth councillor hat, have a kind of a little bit of a challenge with would be the performing arts kind of piece. It's sometimes I think we forget, it's literally just a harbor ride away. We have a theater and an outdoor concert venue, and if we were going to spend money on outdoor performance, doing the event plaza at Alderney that we already have, we've already sunk money into it, we already have equipment spent on, making that more of a functional turnkey operation, redoing the surface so you don't have curbs in there anymore, which is a problem around venues, so that you have a washroom outside, right, that's ready to be plugged in, that you have this stuff, that it's more the best concert offer you could make, because we're halfway there already with our existing facility. It wouldn't take a huge amount. So if we're going to be doing an exercise looking at a performing arts venue later on, let's not just myopically just look through the narrow lens of, well, it must be downtown, because I know some folks on the Dartmouth side, it's not one that I share. I try and always have the larger vision, but there are folks in my community who feel well, we're part of downtown when convenient and not part of downtown when it's not convenient. And so I hope the discussion around, if there is one to come around performing arts space, we don't overlook the thing that we've already spent millions to build and have to chase something shiny and new. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I'm putting my HRM regional councillor hat on, and so I have a council-wide question. When you were pulling together your analysis of alignment or lack thereof, did you consider the possibility of a nighttime mayor in any of this? I know I recently participated in a really interesting workshop where the whole idea of focusing municipal efforts from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. and having sort of a dedicated focus as to respond to all the entertainment and many other things that happen at night, and to balance residential versus recreational, quote unquote, needs in the evening. I'm curious, did that concept come up in your thinking? Or I guess what you were looking at is more what currently exists, what's currently funded.
I don't think that was presented as part of the DHBC vision. No. So unfortunately, we didn't take a look at that. And it didn't come up in our conversations with others.
Okay. Okay, fine. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I follow some of the comments of Councillor Austin and Mancini, as well as that the Dartmouth waterfront does offer a beautiful backdrop, Halifax skyline, for events. So it does have that advantage of having the infrastructure already in place, and I think that this should be considered more often. I'm also saw parts of the report about the use of the Harbour Islands, George's Island, McNabb's Island, but they're linked to the Harbour Islands experience to build Nova Scotia. Broken link there, so I couldn't read that report. But I've always said a golf course would be a great spot on McNabb's Island for that kind of experience of being able to golf in this harbor and see the backdrop of the skylines around us. But in regards to that, I was wondering, has there been any further dialogue within our federal and provincial counterparts of a provincial capital commission? We've talked about these things in the past. Other capital cities across the provinces across this country have some provincial or national city commissions. I wonder if there's been any dialogue about trying to find any funding sources that way.
Thank you for the question. And through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, we have not had any of those conversations, and that is an enormous amount of work that would need to take place probably outside of this report. I'd like to respond to your comment about George's Island, because that is something that was identified in the Vision 2030 report. It is something that's being advocated by our designated marketing organization, Discover Halifax. So Discover Halifax, whilst George's Island isn't owned by the municipality, and the work that we have to do has to be closely linked to the federal government, Discover Halifax is actively doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And Hensby, just wait another 20 years and there'll be a golf course on the island. You're a visionary. He's got these great ideas, but it takes decades for the municipality to catch up with Hensby. I'm conflicted because I do agree with comments of my colleagues. The downtown is the heart of the city. Absolutely. It's everyone's downtown. We love the downtown. We are very blessed here in Halifax. We have a wonderful, awesome waterfront downtown, and that's both of them, Halifax and Dartmouth. But I have several emails just from this morning already talking about our basic services in HRM are falling by the wayside, litter everywhere, our streets, our transit, violence on transit. And I feel like we have to get our basic house in order before we branch out to something as aspirational as this. I'm concerned about the financial implications. We just came through the most horrendous budget process. I've been having budget regret ever since. And I'll just read this. The Vision 2030 actions speak to implementing significant service enhancements and new infrastructure, which will have multi-generational tax implications far above existing budgets and plans, and are outside of Council's directive from July 8th, 2025 regarding options and considerations for the budget and business plan. So that alone makes me go, no, whoa, no, we're already at our ceiling. So I can't support this, not because I don't support a thriving, wonderful downtown, but like we need to get our base. I feel like we need focus on basic municipal priorities first and foremost, where I'm hearing from my residents that they want their council to focus on. So basic core municipal services before we do anything else. So I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to support this. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Purdy. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I had to open up the report again to make sure I was reading the same report Councillor Purdy was. So there are no financial implications. There's no money attached to any of this. Actually, what the report says is we're going to move along where there's an alignment, and where there isn't, then we have to think of things, and if things come to council, then we consider them. Anyway, maybe I'll email you the report that I have. So I guess I don't have questions per se. I have comments. And so for me, if you think about what a downtown is, any downtown, and when I think downtown, for me, it's downtown Dartmouth, downtown Halifax, the same downtown. And in fact, I know, and I'm looking at the executive director for the Downtown Halifax Business Commission right now, because he has the same vision. Otherwise, why would you ask for free ferries? So essentially what you're doing is you're saying we need to connect the two downtowns because they're really one downtown. That's how they function. And, I'm hopeful we'll eventually get to a post-amalgamation city where we're no longer thinking of Halifax, Dartmouth, Bedford County. It's just Halifax. It's HRM, however people want to call it, although I hate HRM. It's Halifax. And so when we think about the region of Halifax, its heartbeat is the downtown. And it's interesting when I hear from residents, not only from my district, but all over, for them, downtown actually starts once you get on the peninsula, once you get inside the Cirque. They don't really think about downtown as this specific geographic region, below, where is it? Probably Brunswick Street to the water, from Cogswell down to, Point Pleasant Park. That's what the Downtown Halifax Business Commission is thinking of, because that's where their members are, that's what they focus on. But I think when we think about the North End, Spring Garden, Quinpool, downtown Halifax, even out in Maine and Dartmouth, that is our downtown. That is the area that we have to be thinking of. And so what I don't want to get lost in this discussion is the better we make our downtown, the better all of Halifax Regional Municipality is. When you think about the urban core in particular and how we move people in, because that's where think about the downtowns with our hospitals and universities and colleges and all of the business commercial offices and Burnside, that's where most of people go at 8 or 9, well, actually really 7 or 8, 9 o'clock in the morning. Everyone's headed downtown in some realm. And then they all go back. And what we want is for people to hang out. And I was proud when we had the 21 census come out, and we had the fastest growing downtown of any city in Canada between 2016 and 2021. And if you look at the cranes in the sky, when the new census is done this year, I'm hoping that's the case again. Because we depopulated, as most cities did, their downtowns. And the reason our downtown is so vibrant right now is because we have more people living there. And I credit the folks like Paul and others who run our business improvement districts for providing the resilience that the downtowns needed. When I moved here in 1994, Barrington Street, Spring Garden, boarded up, papered up, there was nothing happening there. We were coming out of the jobless recovery. And when I think about where downtown is now, it is frickin' amazing. And I credit you and your members and all those other folks out there. And so I absolutely support this 100%. I want to support this 150% because there's a lot of stuff in here that the vision speaks to, that we may be financially constrained right now, but we need to continue moving in that direction. So I'm glad we have our GRIA folks working on this, especially Mr. Sheffield, who's so engaged with our business improvement districts. Carla says hi, by the way. And so when we think about where we're going, we have to support this if we want a vibrant HRM. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Cleary. You finished that right on the noon gun. It is 12 o'clock. We have 2 speakers left on the list. Would we like to... Oh, and I see 3 speakers on the list. So the will of councillor, finish. I see people saying finish. Okay, let's go. And Councillor Hinch, the floor is yours. And now we have Councillor Daigle-Gammon on here. So let's break. There seems to be more discussion on this. Thank you. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. Laura, just stay buzzed in. I know you want to close. You don't have to keep. we go. Welcome back, everybody, to the April 14th Regional Council meeting. As we wait for the last few councillors to trickle in, I just want to take a moment to provide a community announcement that I think was on my mind, but in my preparations for chairing today, I forgot to mention, but it is an important community announcement. Recently, we lost a very important member of the Spryfield community, Clyde Paul. Clyde lived a humble life of service and was known for his kindness, generosity, and quiet leadership. A lifelong Lion, he dedicated decades to the Lions Club of Spryfield and Lions initiatives at the district, national, and international levels, including leadership roles and support for Dog Guides of Canada. Deeply committed to Spryfield, Clyde served on local boards, chaired Building Futures, and was most recently chair of the Spryfield Business District Commission. He will be missed by all those lives he touched, especially his loyal staff, who he considered family, and his loving wife of 53 years, Patricia. A visitation will be held Monday, April 20th from 2 to 4 and 6 to 8, with a Lions Memorial service at 6 p.m. at J.A. Snow Funeral Home. And the funeral service will take place on April 23rd at the Stella Mars Church in Spryfield, followed by a reception at the Spryfield Lions Rink. Thank you. Thank you for letting me do that. I see that we are all mostly back, so we are going to continue now with our discussion about the Downtown Halifax Business Commission alignment review. And next on the speakers list, I have Councillor Hinch.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So when I looked at this, we talked a lot about the 5 bids, and the one bid that I am concerned about is the North End bid, with all the challenges that it's been having lately, especially when it comes to streetscaping, maintenance, garbage maintenance, public safety, and things of that nature. So I'm wondering, will the North End bid benefit from this whole thing here? If I could get that question answered.
Thank you for the question. I would say that the motion was solely focused on the downtown vision as espoused by DHBC. So this is, in our interpretation, a vision that should be confined to and be seen through the lens of DHBC's bid boundary. And so the vision itself refers to the downtown in broad terms, but from a strictly staff perspective, we view it through the lens of DHBC because it was written and endorsed by its board, which represents the commercial tenants and landowners within that bid boundary. So I would say that this is solely focused on DHBC.
Okay. DHBC. Okay. So why are the other 5 bids within in this document? It's like you're referencing all 5 bids.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, we may have referenced the bids in terms of the context and the background for the staff report, but the bids are the other bids, what we could be considered broader downtown bids, such as North End, Spring Garden, and maybe even Quimple Road, were not part of this. So we want to emphasize that this is the vision of DHBC and not the other bids.
Well, that's disheartening.
And I would add that this is not a vision developed by HRM staff. It is a vision developed by the DHBC board, and we, in this exercise, are looking at its alignment with municipal plans and priorities.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Hinch. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Deputy Mayor. Excuse me. Thank you for the report. One of the things, and throughout it, it's very clear that there is no immediate financial implication to HRM, but it's as opportunities come up and where it is aligned and all of that kind of stuff is very clear in the report. So I do like that. When you look at the attachment 3, though, and the action mapping that's done, it takes the visions, Vision 2030, their visions, and then the action items, and then the different business units within HRM that are applicable to it. But when you look at, just for example, the first one, 1.1, it says conduct a study. Boy, this is small. Conduct a study that determines the ideal ingredients for a complete neighborhood. So the lead role of advocacy is with the downtown vision. HRM's role is only where we are in alignment. Who's going to conduct and fund the study?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor. So there's no anticipation that there would be a study per se. This is, as Jake has said, an aspirational document that has been developed by the Downtown Halifax Business Commission. So to the extent that if there was a standalone report or study conducted, it would be brought forward by them, I would think, unless council directs otherwise. Now, having said that, some of the information in relation to that sort of thing is typically tracked and reported on as part of the daily activities of the people from planning and development in relation to the regional plan. So they're looking at what kind of pressures there are from a population standpoint, what sort of housing we need, where it needs to go, in conjunction with other members of staff to look at the implications from an infrastructure point of view. So those sorts of things are happening. It's just not necessarily strictly with respect to the Downtown Halifax Business Commission's geographic area.
Sorry, my apologies. I missed the very first of your response. My hearing was compromised there for a minute. But so if I understood you correctly, then it would be the Downtown Commission that's going to look at this study and is going to pull all of this information from the business units?
Unless there's direction from council to do otherwise.
If it's directed by council.
Unless, yes.
So,
HRM's role would only be at the direction of council.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I appreciate it. Councillor Cleary, I don't always agree with Councillor Cleary. He's not even here. I'm going to give him a compliment. Look at that. Don't tell him I gave him a compliment. He's not here. He's bang on when he described our downtowns, where we were, right? I do remember Barrington Street all boarded up, for sure. Over in Dartmouth side, I love Dartmouth, as you all know, Sam and I do, but, we had biker bars and strip joints, and, I would question whether or not my daughter or my wife walk around downtown at night. It's changed. We have two amazing downtowns. I mean, every one of our districts has a main street area, but when we talk about the true downtown, I look at the Mill Cove project now. Once we advance that, and I think even Councillor St. Amant alluded to it in those conversations, we get the ferries going from Bedford. We can now reference 3 downtowns, and it has that potential. So this is truly amazing. Why do businesses come to HRM? There's a whole bunch of reasons why they come here. They come here because the minds of our great universities and the talent that they can tap into. They come here because of our downtown, our vibrant downtown and lifestyle. They come here because of our industrial parks. They come here because of the airport and the port. They come here because we take care of our green space. The list goes on and on. But the downtown is part of that. When Halifax Partnership is outselling HRM around the world, part of it is the downtown. Councillor Purdy alluded to the email that we all get those emails. Fix the potholes, fix the lights, improve transit, the lower taxes, don't mess with our green bins. We all get those emails. It's not an either or scenario. It's not an either or scenario. We can do both. We can fix all that stuff as we should. But at the same time, we have to continue to grow and adapt our municipality overall. And this is what this is about. You know, we had someone in these chambers who say this all the time. Don't wait until everything is just right. There will always be challenges, obstacles, and less than perfect conditions. So if we wait for everything's perfect before we look at growing the downtown and enhancing it, it'll never come. You know, supporting culture doesn't mean committing hundreds of millions of dollars without partners, without plans, and without funding. This is what this is all about. There's no dollar commitment here. It's the strategy to plan and then move forward and see if we can find those partners. Once again, later on today, I'll be bringing up how do we find partners so we can, fix our fire stations. This is the same type of thing. So I fully support the Downtown Halifax Vision 2030. I do ask, I know that Paul's in the room, I do ask that you continue to communicate with our folks at the Downtown Dartmouth, because it truly is two downtowns. And this is a great strategy. I look forward to what's going to happen next. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini. I only see one more name left on the board, and that would be Councillor White, who I know wishes to close. May I make a couple of comments from the chair? So, you know, I think the important line for me in this report was that the report outlines an implementation approach focused on continued engagement with Downtown Halifax Business Commission, with HRM advancing alignment where feasible and within approved priorities, budgets, and capacity. So what I didn't see in here, and perhaps Scott or Jake, you can clarify, is that by approving this, we're not prioritizing this plan over all other plans. But what we are saying is that the Downtown Halifax Business Commission is a partner. And I think if you look at the role of BIDS and the role of BIAs, it really is looking to be a collaborative partner. One of the key pieces here is the Business Commission's commitment to advancing non-municipal projects and programs. To the points that Councillor Mancini raised, it's quite amazing what business associations do in terms of promoting our small businesses, promoting neighborhoods within our municipality as destinations, and really that work is stronger when we work together. So I am in support of this. I don't see by approving this that we are excluding anyone else. If anything, perhaps it's an open opportunity to other bids to find areas of alignment within HRM plans that we can work on jointly together to advance. I only see this really as a win-win. And with that, want to thank the Downtown Halifax Business Commission for all the work they do. I know they work extremely hard, and thank them for bringing this forward. Councillor White.
Thank you, everybody. That was exactly what I was hoping for, a great discussion on what this means for HRM as a whole. So first, I just wanted to thank the DHPC for doing this and speak to a little bit of how this started. Like, this vision was kind of prepared back in 2023, thinking of the election for coming forward, thinking of us, thinking of speaking to us and inspiring us with a vision for the downtown that works for the whole city. So I think that's really important. This goes beyond just the boundaries of the bid, and it was done in a time frame that really didn't allow to consult with all 5 bids. So I appreciate that. We don't have staff are stretched really thin on what we're trying to do here. We ourselves don't have staff to help us a ton on policy, and I think it's great that we have inputs from different stakeholders, and I appreciate the work here. And I think what we've said today can help them go forward and maybe refine that vision, maybe extend the time frame or around more the reality we are in. But I did want to speak to, it really makes me think about how we fund this, because it's very important that we have a healthy, strong downtown for all of us. And there's other, I like what Councillor Hansby referred to with that capital commission, and there's, are there other was reading about Calgary, and they have like a different levy to have a municipal lands corporation, and there's different ways to do this so we don't lose sight of the value of working on our downtowns and building them. I especially see the link with Dartmouth here. I really want to speak just to that ferry, like having that reliable 15-minute ferry. I think it's described as a sidewalk in the vision. Like that is the connection. These are the same thing. It's the same plan to link these two, and free would be amazing. So this is aspirational, and we should not lose sight of that just because times are tough. We need to have vision. We need to be working towards something. So quite excited about it. So I just wanted to bring in, well, maybe just speak to that a little bit more, that, when people are envisioning Halifax, and Councillor Mancini was talking about the partnership and how when we're selling it to other places, what are people envisioning? The Public Gardens, Citadel Hill, all of that is outside the DHBC. Like that is downtown. The harbor is downtown. Maybe even Peggy's Cove's downtown if you go far enough. So I really do think this involves all of us. So last thing I want to do is just highlight on the numbers. I pulled up the information we got from the PVSC back in January when we were doing budget debates, and if you look at D7 just by itself, corporate taxes brings in 16% for the whole municipality, which is quite a chunk, and residential brings in another 10. If you pull in, I'm going to exclude Councillor Mancini because his Burnside just really off skews things here. But if you look at the four core regional municipality districts, they bring in 35% of our corporate taxes and 30% of our residential taxes. So it really shows that we need to focus on this because it benefits all of us financially and socially. So I really thank you for the discussion, and I hope we can build on this. Thank you.
All right, and that motion passes. Okay, colleagues. Just thank you, Scott. Thank you, Jake. Always good to see you here in council chambers. And just want to note that Paul McKinnon, the executive director of the Downtown Business Commission, is here with us as well. So thank you. So moving on to items from the Transportation Standing Committee. Another big one here. We have item 15.2.1, Integrated Mobility Plan Action Update. We do have a presentation for that, so we'll start with the presentation. Say welcome to Mike Connors and Siobhan Witherby, and I am blanking. Adam, thank you. Thank you. Welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. I'm here with Mike Connors, Manager, Transportation Planning. I'm here with my colleague, Siobhan Witherby, Project Manager with Transportation Planning, and Adam Lanigan, Senior Engineer also with Transportation Planning. We really appreciate the time today to come and give a presentation to Council on the report that's before you today on the Integrated Mobility Plan Action Update. So I'll start with some background. So the IMP is a transportation strategy that was unanimously approved by Regional Council in December 2017, just over 8 years ago. It set a bold vision for HRM's approach to transportation with an overarching goal of improving the efficiency and sustainability of how people and goods move about the region. The IMP was built on 4 pillars and key principles. The pillars: connected, healthy, affordable, and sustainable. And the key principles, which encourage a focus on complete communities, moving people,
managing congestion, and integrating solutions. Flowing from the IMP's pillars and key principles, there are several objectives of the plan, perhaps most notably to achieve the municipality's transportation mode share targets, to provide more affordable and accessible travel options for residents, and to reduce auto dependency. The original IMP included 137 actions that guided the plan implementation across all transportation areas. These actions were categorized by mode or subject area, time frame, level of effort, and resource needs. Looking at implementation status for the 137 actions, approximately 3/4 are now complete. This includes 52 actions, or 38%, that have been substantially completed, and another 52 actions that have been incorporated into staff's updated daily practices. There are 28 actions currently in progress but not yet completed, and 5 actions that have not yet been started. The last 8 years have seen many successes as part of IMP implementation. In this brief presentation, we can't cover all of the implementation progress, but I do want to mention a few high-level items. At a foundational level, the IMP has played an important role in changing the way we think about transportation as an organization. A key outcome has been increased collaboration and a shared understanding and commitment among staff. There has also been an increased focus on the important two-way relationship between transportation and land use planning. Infrastructure is, of course, a critical part of the IMP, and significant progress has been made. Many streets across the municipality have been upgraded to fill sidewalk gaps, make connections in the cycling network, and add transit priority. Making these connections provides significant benefits both locally and as part of the implementation of wider networks. Along with the implementation successes, it's also important to reflect on the challenges that we've faced. On the infrastructure side, transformational projects have been very complex. Rising costs, difficult trade-offs, and other factors have impacted budgets and schedules. These challenges have been exacerbated by rapid population growth in recent years, which has put significant pressure on existing infrastructure. Finally, limited data and the lack of effective metrics have made it difficult to track progress of implementation. So through the introduction of the Complete Streets approach, the IMP has driven an updated process for planning, design, and implementation of changes to the transportation network. This includes a more deliberate approach to setting priorities, understanding alternatives, and decision-making. When setting priorities between different modes, this process importantly considers the context of a street, including its role in the transportation network and the geographic context of the area. Where possible, Complete Streets improvements are completed by integrating them into already planned street recapitalization work. This helps to reduce construction costs. A key assumption of the IMP was that the incremental costs of these improvements would remain affordable at scale, in part due to these efficiencies. In practice, we've seen more variability in these incremental costs than expected, which has contributed to higher implementation costs. With the budget pressures that HRM is currently facing, it will become increasingly important to be strategic in deciding where, when, and how to incorporate these changes. Finally, before I pass it over to Siobhan, I wanted to take a moment to try to clarify a few common misconceptions about the IMP and what it is, and equally important, what it is not. So the IMP is first and foremost a strategic vision to increase mobility choices, decrease reliance on private automobiles, improve safety, and support sustainable growth. It's not a plan intended to force people to choose other modes. Second, the IMP provides a framework for context-sensitive decision-making. It's not a plan that calls for investment in dedicated infrastructure on every mode for every mode on every street. And finally, the IMP is a multi-year action plan that guides how projects and initiatives are planned. It's not a plan that approves capital spending on infrastructure. Ultimately, Council makes capital spending decisions through the budget process. I'll pass it over to Siobhan now.
Thank you, Mike. This next section of the presentation will focus on the rationale and process for updating the IMP action plan, as well as some highlights of the results. In the 8 years since the IMP was approved by Regional Council, the municipality has experienced several significant changes that have impacted transportation across the region. These include unprecedented population growth, pandemic-related work and travel behavior changes, inflation and the cost of living pressures, as well as provincial involvement in transportation planning, impacting how we plan and design our networks. The slide includes a list of the relevant plans and policies that have been adopted since 2017. To call out one of these examples, the Halifax Climate Action Strategy includes decarbonization of our transportation network by 2050, which relies on full implementation of the Integrated Mobility Plan. Another relevant plan to mention is the 2024 Road Safety Strategy and the commitment to a Vision Zero approach. Road safety is at the core of the IMP, and the actions directly influence 4 elements of the Safe Systems approach as shown on the screen. When approaching the IMP action update, the first objective was to triage the original list of 137 actions to understand and document which actions had been completed, what is in progress, and what actions are still left to implement. This was then filtered through the lens of our current municipal priorities, including what's changed since 2017. There was an opportunity to revisit the actions to consolidate effort, remove repetition, and introduce a few new elements that are deemed important in 2026. The objective was to emerge with a more concise list of actions necessary to help meet mode share targets and IMP objectives over the next 5 to 10 years. An effort was made to improve consistency and create smart actions where meaningful progress could be made by end of plan. This graphic represents the process to update the IMP action plan. This included several rounds of internal review, as well as opportunities to engage with the mayor, councillors, and community interest groups. A report and revised action plan was prepared and circulated to mobility experts for peer review. The final IMP action update report was presented to Transportation Standing Committee and is now in front of Regional Council for consideration. As a result, the original set of 137 actions has been refined down to an updated list of 39 actions to focus on over the next 5 to 10 years. This significant reduction reflects the progress that has been implemented to date, where 75% of the actions have either been completed or incorporated as updated daily practice. 6 actions were removed due to limits in jurisdiction or lower near-term priority for implementation. 18 actions were carried forward into this IMP action update. 21 new actions were added as a result of engagement. In many cases, these are considered follow-up to an original action and reflect our 2026 understanding of how best to meet IMP objectives. A full list of the 39 actions can be found in Attachment 1 to the Regional Council report. The following graph is a breakdown of the updated IMP actions by focus area. For continuity, the action plan update uses the same chapter structure as the original IMP. Across the 39 actions, the following key themes emerged from this action update. The first is expanding the provision of transit priority across the municipality with a focus on building a network of dedicated transit lanes that improve our readiness for future rapid transit. The next theme is prioritizing key initiatives for walking, rolling, and cycling, which includes completion of the All Ages and Abilities cycling network, as well as filling critical sidewalk gaps in the pedestrian network. The actions speak to improving the efficiency of the roadway network and leveraging technology to maximize use of our existing infrastructure. An overarching theme is developing improved data and evaluation strategies to monitor the success and impact of infrastructure changes at a project level and a system level. Lastly, there is a theme of collaboration with provincial partners, including Link Nova Scotia, on projects of shared interest like the Regional Transportation Plan. The IMP action update also recommends the introduction of a 5th IMP pillar, that is equity. This pillar recognizes that there are diverse needs and vulnerabilities for historically underserved groups and communities, and that specific initiatives or considerations may be required to better serve all people in the municipality. Alongside the original 4 pillars, this new equity pillar would be used to guide project planning and evaluation of mobility-related projects and strive towards serving all residents and communities equitably. The actions included in this update have a wide range of financial and resource requirements. Approximately 40% of the proposed actions are internal initiatives that will be completed by staff with no external costs anticipated. There are several initiatives where it is expected that consultants would be required to help staff deliver the recommended projects and programs. The biggest source of costs will be infrastructure projects and programs. These will have significant implementation costs for planning, design, and construction, and funding from other orders of government will be necessary for many of them to be realized. To conclude, the IMP action update is a key next step in advancing the Integrated Mobility Plan. It refines the original action list and focuses efforts on initiatives that will have the biggest impact. Implementing this updated list of 39 actions will help to build a more connected, healthy, affordable, sustainable, and equitable transportation system for residents across the municipality. Staff have 3 recommendations for Regional Council's consideration today. First, that the IMP action update be adopted and used to guide next steps of IMP implementation. Second, that annual updates on implementation progress are made to Council via Transportation Standing Committee. And finally, that equity is adopted as the new 5th pillar of the IMP. We thank you for your time and are happy to answer any questions from Regional Council.
All right, thank you, Siobhan. First on our list for questions, and Councillor Kent, maybe you'd like to put the motion on the floor as well?
Thank you. Sure.
Thank you.
I move that Halifax Regional Council, 1, adopt the Integrated Mobility Plan IMP action update and direct the CAO that it be used to guide implementation of the IMP. 2, direct staff to report annually on progress made on the IMP action plan to Regional Council through the Transportation Standing Committee. And 3, adopt equity as the 5th pillar of the IMP as set forth in the discussion section of the staff report dated March 19th, 2026 for project planning and evaluation.
Right, that was seconded by Councillor Morris. Go ahead, Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Councillor Morse. I think you're the chair of the Transportation Standing Committee, so forgive me. I didn't see that we could have shifted that for you to put the motion on the floor, but thank you for your indulgence on that. So I've always supported the Integrated Mobility Plan. I'm glad to see the work that's been done to review it and see what's working, what did we get done, what didn't we get done, and what do we have to shift based on our growth model and things like that. And I will support the equity piece. I like the model, but I have to say it is terribly frustrating, I believe, for the folks in District 3, for example, to have 2 major things that create better walkability, safer walkability, bike lanes, local street connectivity, things like that. One is the active transportation corridor between Shearwater and Woodside, which not only, it's been on the books. One of the first things that came to my attention when I got reelected in 2020 was that had been approved to go forward. And so we sort of got into a good groove, and then it just died on the table. That connectivity it meets all of your criterias, every one of them. And it connects the communities of Eastern Passage, Shearwater, Cole Harbour for folks who are coming through the trail, Shearwater Flyer, into the downtown. And yet it's sitting there. And the other is the Portland Street Functional Plan. That's about car movement, transit movement. That whole corridor is about helping make that a safe environment for pedestrian transit, traffic. Same thing. We got it all going, and now it's just died on the table. So it's a little hard, forgive me, Council, but it's hard to sit here and sort of listen to the reprioritization and then add the pillar that says equity, that we're all having the same sort of impact out of this integrated mobility plan. I can't rationalize that to the residents that are expecting me to. I repeat, I like the way that we have this as priority space with that a lens that we look through, but I am just not convinced that the priority choices are equitable around the other districts, certainly not within this. I need an answer, and I'd like something that is, I'm hoping it's something that's positive about how this fits in. Those two major changes are fitting into the considerations that are coming forward now. I don't think I can support it if I don't hear something that's helping me understand that those are moving forward, because those are the crux. They're called 2 different things, but they're a version of meeting all the connectivities and safe pathways and all of that, multi-use pathways, corridors for transportation, and to get people out of their cars. The other part that you've heard before, not all communities are served as well with transit, although there's some things coming forward in the microtransit pilot program that makes me feel better about connecting communities to other communities. Is a huge gap between Cole Harbour and Eastern Passage where there shouldn't be. And I know Councillor Purdy and I and many councillors before this, we always were talking about how do we get that there. Well, I think finally, and I appreciate Robin Giroux's his leadership on that, bringing that forward. I'm willing to wait some time. But again, if I could hear something, an update on both of those, then I think I can, if it's going, hasn't died completely, I can support this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through you to the councillors. So those two projects you mentioned we're both very much informed by the integrated mobility plan process. So both have gone through an extensive functional design process, as you're aware. That process didn't exist before the IMP came along. So, you know, those are challenging projects, weighing the benefits and the trade-offs that come with the changes that we looked at. Those projects aren't dead. You know, the Shearwater project is actually, we'll be looking at it and coming back to council this year with an update. The functional plan is nearly complete. The Portland Street functional plan, we will also be providing an update to council. We've looked at transformational changes along that corridor. That it's a very challenging corridor, and as we've discussed with councillors, you know, the plans for that may be a little bit longer term than we had thought. So we may be looking at more near-term changes to Portland Street. But those projects are certainly not dead, and they're important. They're important considerations for us moving forward, and they are informed by the integrated mobility plan approach.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thanks to the team for all the work to bring this report forward. I think one of the most hopeful things, not only did you manage to boil 137 items down to 39 actions, but I think what's really interesting about what's gone on is the way we've changed our processes at HRM over the last number of years. And instead of doing things separately, now we're doing things across HRM. We're integrating the work that we do, that you know, anything related to transportation now involves across department cooperation and collaboration. So I think that's a huge and important change. I just wanted to talk a little bit about equity. Councillor Kent raised some important points there. And I think what we're talking about here is to start the work on equity in a more directed way and defined way. You know, I'm interested in hearing what you have to say about why we need to do this work on equity. I think it's coming out of listening to what councillors have raised over the last few years about, you know, the lack of equal access to transit or to multi-use paths and that sort of thing. So I just hoping you could explain a little bit more about what equity would mean, where we are in that, and whether income disparities and access to transit is one of the things that, or some of the things that you'll be looking at. Thank you.
Certainly, through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor. Equity has been considered in the IMP in a more indirect way from 2017. It was captured a little bit in the affordability pillar, but through this update, we wanted to be a little bit more explicit in applying equity and defining it as a key piece in which to evaluate and prioritize our projects. So we are currently working with the folks in Public Safety Office to work through the equity-based development of the equity-based policy framework, which is mapping across HRM access to different municipal services and destinations and transit and walking and cycling infrastructure, and sort of seeing the distribution and overlaying that with kind of some of the socioeconomic considerations. There is a postdoctoral researcher at Dalhousie, and we're using their methodology that has narrowed in on some particular communities of focus, and using that as a stepping stone to see how we can try to fill some of those infrastructure gaps. But we wanted to explicitly state it within the IMP so that we could use it in evaluation of projects.
And the goal here is to make sure that people across HRM have equal access to economic opportunities, jobs, medical care, and that sort of thing. So that is about improving access to transit if you can't afford a car and that kind of thing. Is that where we're headed with this?
Exactly. Yep. So in expanding the range of transportation options and making sure people can access opportunities by walking, cycling, and transit, potentially offloads the need for folks to own a car. The annual cost of car ownership is around $16,000, so that may not be accessible for a large portion of the population. So making sure that there are affordable options and equitable spread of services is the heart of this.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you much, Deputy Mayor. The only thing I was really disappointed in this report was the lack of rural perspectives. There's a couple references in there, but I think I need more tangible examples. Paved shoulders of the major collector roads is probably the easiest and most effective way to service rural areas. I'm glad to see the province is recognizing the Blue Route for Bicycle Nova Scotia, Highway number 7. Whenever they recapitalize that highway, they're going to be putting paved shoulders down, which has been a great benefit through the communities it has already served. But we have opportunities to collaborate with the province with other projects. The 207, the Lawrencetown Road, the portions that we inherited from the province, we've been adding wider shoulders to that section, and it's been greatly appreciated by the community. But we're waiting for the next phase to finish. It was supposed to be done last year. It's been postponed 3 years because of trying to get the environmental permits and everything else in place. But we need to get on with the 207 Lawrencetown Road widening to the Mineville Road. And with that, we have an opportunity to partner with the province, with the project in front of the McDonald House in Lawrencetown Beach, with the 207 realignment to bring that roadway away from the beach, but also perhaps have a paved shoulder in that short section, which would be a great asset. And also the province is looking at repaving the 207 highway from Seaforth through to West Chesuncook, 9 kilometers. An opportunity to pave the shoulders of that road would be astronomically a great enhancement for the communities. Right now we have the Blueberry Trail Run, the old railway corridor, but that runs through the woods. It's a recreational corridor, there's nothing scenic about it, and doesn't connect neighbors. But paving the shoulders of the 207 highway would connect neighbor to neighbor, community to community, also services. We have lots of opportunities for cultural center. We have Souls Rescue Harbor down there as well. We have a lot of community services that would greatly benefit from that type of enhanced infrastructure. I'm still waiting for the province to finish paving the 357 in Musquodoboit Harbor to get the final bill for the paving of the first kilometer or first mile in there. I put in an area rate of $40 per property for Musquodoboit Harbor as a showing a funding mechanism, but we need to have a more equitable funding for active transportation projects. And I'm sure that Musquodoboit Harbor is also willing, hoping that they may want to revisit a sidewalk proposal, but they need federal and provincial funding to share that cost burden. But the other active transportation thing, or integrated mobility, we made a mistake of getting rid of our regional transportation tax zone that we had. Under the regional plan, the rural commuter shed was under this regional tax regime, and we got rid of it a couple years ago. That would have been the funding mechanism for a lot of things. I've been suggesting that we should change that name to the Integrated Mobility Levy, because that would have funded a lot of these things, especially in rural areas, of those projects. So I'm hoping to kind of revisit that. And please bring back 2007 Rural Express Transit proposal. We need more park and ride terminals. You want to get people into town and utilize other modes of active transportation? Get them into town first, because right now we're all depending on the 100 series highways to get in. Give us more park and rides on the 100 series highways and you'll see a shift. So I'd like to see those kind of things brought into this plan.
Okay, I didn't hear a specific question there, so. Wish I could. Okay, Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Deputy Mayor. Thank you all very much. This is the second time hearing it. You made a few revisions since the presentation you gave of the Transportation Standing Committee, which I thank you for. In some ways, like the report reads very academic, nicely, right? So it's well written and all of that kind of stuff. What I found a hard time finding in it, it was like, yes, we all these actions, and some of the action items have been met, and some have been transferred to the 39. What I don't seem to see is what was the impact of those actions being met. So I'm wondering how do we come about seeing, I think my question was like, how are we evaluating for impact? That we've got this IMP strategy, and so, in the recommendation here, it says annually, to report annually on the progress made to the Transportation Standing Committee. So will the progress, when you're reporting annually, is it going to be that the action item was met, and here's the impact of that action item being met? And if it could be in really good plain language, I think that would be very helpful.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor, we haven't scoped out exactly what that update looks like, but yes, we would come back with, here are the status of the actions. So an annual update, this is what we've done the last year, and we would incorporate, where we can, what impact we've had. As the report identifies, we don't have as much data and metrics as we would like to have to measure progress, and that's why we're prioritizing the improvement of data and metrics to be able to provide council and the public with more concrete information on how we're proceeding and how we're making a difference.
Thank you. And a few minutes left. Mike, thank you for that. And, the original IMP, there was lots of community engagement. But in this revision, there wasn't the same level of community engagement other than saying we're going to revise, right? So if we're looking at these now 39, and when you're going to do an annual report, will there be an opportunity for community engagement to say, here's where the community sees that this IMP, that these actions in this year had a positive impact in keeping everyone safe, all the road users?
We can look at opportunities for that. The plan, this isn't an update to the action plan, so we didn't feel that a robust engagement plan was necessary for it, but we would definitely look at opportunities to when we share this information with the public and council, there'll be opportunities to provide feedback for staff.
Good, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So within my district, or with some of the streets that have been named as areas of that are going to be impacted by this, like Manor Street, Creighton Street, parking has come up. Parking comes up quite a bit. Just got an email right now regarding parking. The lack thereof, how most likely parking is going to be impacted, especially on Creighton Street, Manor Street, where most of these residents don't have places, don't have, driveways or anything of that nature. Also, accessible parking as well. They're concerned that they're going to lose a lot of this, and I'm just trying to, calm some fears, calm some, is there anything that you can speak towards that?
Deputy Mayor, through you to the councillor. So as part of the projects that flow from the Integrated Mobility Plan, we do functional planning, and through that functional planning, we assess different options for different facilities, be it a bike lane or a transit facility, to understand what the impact of reallocating space is to those modes on things like on-street parking and traffic capacity and things like that. And then we bring those reports back to council for your consideration, and then it's up to council to approve those types of impacts. Unfortunately, those are trade-offs that are real on just about every project that we do.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thanks for this. So the IMP, a long and complicated history with the IMP. I'm not in favor of a lot of the IMP strategies. For example, the complete streets hierarchy, and I think we have a report coming back on that soonish. Because, I mean, in the past, it seems like our street recapitalizations, I mean, we're talking about changing the definition of what a street is. So if a new hierarchy lens to look through when we're recapitalizing our streets is now pedestrians and cyclists, well, then that's changing the whole definition of what a street originally was created to do, which was to move movements and vehicles of some sort, even like back to the horse and wagon, ages. That's what a street was. And sidewalks were created, if I remember correctly. Deputy Mayor sent me a podcast there a while ago, years ago. Sidewalks were created because people were getting hit by these new vehicles that had come out, and so they needed to create a safe space that was off of the street for pedestrians. So, I mean, we've come a long way. But what I did say at Transportation Standing Committee was what I appreciated in this report is that there was more honesty in this report as to the trade-offs. I am becoming wise to the fact that there are no wins per se in government. There's only trade-offs. So when you are redefining what is what, it's all about trade-offs. So to be honest about what those trade-offs are, and to Councillor Daigle-Gammon's point, the impact report, like to be honest about what the impact has been. So for example, we are losing parking at a great rate with these new street redesigns. We are losing street capacity, which leads to greater amounts of congestion. Let's just say what everyone knows anyway, to be honest with it. And I think there's a lot more, people can disagree, but at least they'll respect it, because you're not trying to pull the wool over their eyes and you're not lying about what is obvious to pretty much everyone. So in the risk considerations here, I mean, the cost escalation, that's beyond our control. It's out of control. The cost escalation, how much is this going to cost? This is already a big component of where all of our municipal funding, our taxes go towards, is this IMP. External and internal resource limitations. Yes, I can't imagine the amount of work this is to staff and needing to hire consultants to do this work. The provincial involvement, and although this was mentioned in the report a couple of times, like this is a big risk. We've already seen it in Morris Street. So I feel like this needs to be a bigger consideration moving forward. With that Bill 24, community support. So just reading a sentence here, with increased traffic congestion and delays and delayed implementation, rising costs of infrastructure projects, there is a risk that the public may lose confidence in the IMP approach. And I mean, it makes me chuckle a little bit, because I feel like I represent a lot of residents who have lost confidence in the IMP approach, simply because we have received IMP treatment in District 4 and it has not resulted in improvements to street flow or pedestrian safety from what the comments that I've received from it. So all of those things, you all know that. I've already told you that before. So having said all that, I'm not going to be able to support this, although I do appreciate what it's trying to do and what it is doing. I mean, there are good things. This is not all bad, but I don't know. I'd like to see more pragmatic things as opposed to highly aspirational, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy. Councillor White.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, staff. This is my round 2 with this as well. So I'll just speak to some general questions about going forward with the IMP. Wonder if you can explain for council, like, what happens if we don't make progress here with the current iteration of the action plan, and then ramping up with kind of the IMP 2.0 in 2031. Like, what happens to our transportation system if we don't make progress here? And number two is, I think I'll go to learning. What have we learned so far, and how are we implementing what we've learned in whatever, this has been 8 years of implementation, so we can improve on our next rounds of implementation. And then third, just thinking of the price of things, and also the situation with the price of gas, and like, if we can go faster, we've talked about today with sidewalks being so important. We've given direction on trying to reallocate space for transit. Same things when you look at cycling and micromobility. Are there opportunities to ramp up implementation with reallocation of space? Thank you.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor. So what happens if we don't make progress? So if we don't provide more options for people to get around that are proposed in the integrated mobility plan, we'll see traffic congestion worsen because there isn't more opportunities in the network for people to travel, or we'll see it harder for the municipality to grow. We have significant growth targets, and if we don't provide additional capacity and different options in the network, it'll hamper the municipality's ability to grow. And we've seen the challenges that's presented in the past few years with significant growth. The second question, what have we learned? That's a great question, and I spoke a little bit about that on the challenges slide. We've learned a lot in the last 8 years. This is much, much more difficult than I think we originally had anticipated. It's much more expensive than we had originally anticipated. And we've done our best as staff to pivot and try to make this work in different ways. You see instead of permanent infrastructure, you see tactical infrastructure. There's different ways to do that. I could talk all day about things we've learned. And we've incorporated a lot of that into this action plan. In number one, we don't have 137 actions anymore. We have 39. Like, this is a much more actionable action plan, a much more trackable action plan, and I think it'll help council stay tuned into what we're doing. But if there's any specific things about what we've learned, I can try to address them. But that's at a high level. The third question, I don't know. Okay, reallocation. Sorry, yeah, and reallocation is something we have to consider on all these projects. We've added bus lanes and bike lanes in the network. Most of them have been done through reallocation because widening is expensive. Bears Road was the first project that the IMP recommended, and it's still not even done yet because it costs a lot of money and it requires a lot of integration with utilities. So we've, by necessity, had to focus on reallocation as the way we do a lot of this, and that has impacts. It impacts parking and traffic capacity and other things. But that's what we understand those options and we provide them to council. Does that address the final one? Sorry, I didn't hear the full question.
It does. I think it sums up what we're trying to do here and our options. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor White. I see no more names on the list. I'll ask if it's okay if I speak from the chair. Thank you. Oh my gosh, I was just looking at my notes that I had taken while reading this report, and I don't really know. I was like, where do I start with all of this? It's a lot. And I think I'm going to start with the fact that I can't imagine where we would be if we hadn't actually started this work 8 years ago. I mean, if we were just starting this now, we would be in an even bigger mess. It's expensive, it's difficult, but it's also critical, and and we need to keep moving forward because we have some serious issues on our hands when it comes to the way people and goods move around our municipality. So, in many ways, I feel we have made progress, and look forward to keeping moving forward. I do have a couple of comments. One, I am glad to see that the rural sidewalk program is in the document. It is highlighted. in terms of strategy, I think, we see these things. I'm wondering, what is the uptake on that program? And when we talk about strategy, what is the strategy? This is where I'd expect to see some strategy about how we advance some of these programs that might not be performing as we originally imagined they would be when they were approved and brought forward. So there's the Rural Sidewalk Program. There is the Active Transportation Strategy, the AT strategy. I think we must be getting close to 5 years since that was supposed to be renewed. Maybe it's 4, I can't remember off the top of my head, but we're in that ballpark. So here we are approving an update on the IMP without an active transportation strategy updated. And I would have hoped that that strategy would have been informing the IMP, what we're doing with the IMP, with some more detail about a shifting approach. We know that for so long now we've been focused on the AAA network, but it's time that we evolve and move on to what's the next phase of this, and how are we going to do it. In Spryfield, I couldn't wait for the active transportation strategy to be updated, and there was nothing in direction that would have allowed us to focus on Spryfield. So, we've gone ahead and got over $100,000 in grants to do a core active transportation study, to look at those last mile connections to transit, to do, safe ways for people to walk, bike, and roll around a community, to get to school, to get to the community center, to get to the grocery store. Councillor Purdy said to me today that someone thought Spryfield was a good example of a 15-minute city, and it could be, but all the dots aren't connected, right? We need to connect those dots, and I'm not seeing that in kind of the strategy. I'm also concerned about the scale of some things. I think Councillor Austin has brought forward a good motion about looking at what could we do with transit signals to improve, the BRT, or to advance, the idea of our BRT system through other mechanisms rather than just really expensive infrastructure. I think those are the things we need to look at, because maybe we can't, do these big ideas. We just might not have the capability. So how do we make them happen? And how can we look at the low-hanging fruit of what are the pieces that we can do that are quick, cheap, and easy? I've been fighting for years now to connect one pathway to another pathway in Spryfield. I have old ladies on walkers walking down a gravel slope, and I can't make it happen. And it's very frustrating. So those are kind of my comments and questions, and I realize no one's keeping my time except me. So I'm out of time. Oh, did I? Oh, there we go. Quicker than I thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll take a crack at the final two questions, and if there's anybody from Public Works that wants to speak about rural AT, I'd invite them to, or Siobhan might have a quick note. But in terms of the AT strategy, you're right, that is behind schedule and being delivered. It's actually one of the actions of this plan, and it's in our work plan for this year. That will be an important review of the AT plan, and will include more focus outside of the regional center, because you've seen a lot of the work in recent years has been around the all ages and abilities cycling network. So that project is being scoped, and we'll be working on that this year for sure. In terms of,
is it coming back to us this year?
I don't have the exact time frame, but I would hope in this fiscal year we should be at least close. It's one of the key items in our work plan. In terms of the scale, and that's a great one that we've been talking about a lot lately, especially in light of the budget constraints we've seen in the past couple months, and the Councillor Austin's motion that passed a couple weeks ago, and that's something that we've been thinking about as well. Just how do we identify solutions we can implement now? And we've had our eyes on the long game for the last few years, and increasing that focus on what we can do in the short term is going to be important and necessary. Not only because of the cost, but because of the timeline it takes to build out these very complex infrastructure projects. Let's see, Mr. Pitts is here.
Good afternoon, Lucas Pitts, Executive Director of Public Works. On the rural sidewalk piece, impossible to answer that question. We can see what we could pull together and maybe email it to you, but some people want them, some people don't. And it certainly is a case-by-case basis.
I think my question was the uptake on the program. Like, what is the uptake on the program being?
Could you maybe lean in? I'm not sure what you mean by uptake. That's what I mean. Like some people do.
How many communities have said they want it?
Okay, yeah. I can get you full details on that. I don't have that in front of me, but Councillor Hensby's point, it certainly is a mixed bag of whether they want them or not.
I think one has, and so then the question is it the right program? And so that would be the point I'm trying to make here, is that, if we develop a program and then nobody uses it, is it because it's a bad idea, or is it because maybe we're not, strategically offering something that's going to work? So I was just hoping for some more information on that. I'll get an email. We'll talk about that later. Okay. And kind of the low-hanging fruit approach, not just to the traffic signals, but to other pieces of AT infrastructure that we could do, like asphalt sidewalks instead of concrete sidewalks, finding opportunities to complete like last bits of trail, things like that. Is that an approach in our strategy at all, or is it just the mega projects?
I guess I was speaking more to the motion that we have in front of us from Councillor Austin and Council a couple weeks ago is more around on street, improving transit priority and different, capacity improvements. I'm not sure exactly about the AT options you mentioned. I'm sure that we can talk with our colleagues in Public Works about opportunities to look at that kind of thing.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go on to Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Ms. Deputy. And I indicated part of this at Transportation Standing Committee. I just want to say there's been a lot of great work accomplished out of the Integrated Mobility Plan. I used the example when I was first elected. We had Prince Albert Road coming up for major redesign in my district, and the section there by Paddler's Cove at the top of Lake Binook was 4 lanes wide. But then it just narrowed to 2 lanes further on down, and the 4-lane section was ugly, hostile to everyone walking around the lake. And, in working with staff, we were able to take a look at that and say, you know what, we can actually narrow this at the set of lights by Superstore, and it doesn't actually affect the vehicle capacity because you're all becoming 2 lanes anyway. You're just choosing where that pinch point is. And I really had to push hard on that to make that happen. You don't have to anymore. These folks now, it's just a matter of course, are looking at the design of everything we're doing because we've made the institutional change within. So now we're looking at things like, okay, if we're repaving this road, is there anything we need to change to make it safer for pedestrians? How does someone who's moving on active transportation going to come through here? What's our possibility improvements for transit? And that was a level of thinking that, before in our pre-integrated mobility times, it was just, let's just pave this and fill the potholes. And we didn't think strategically. And so that's a huge change that's happened that's come out of this. And I think there's other things that have changed along with this. So I don't know that everyone necessarily sees that internal bureaucratic piece that has happened as a result of this. So I wanted to just volunteer that. And I did want to just remind everyone that, when we talk about the regional center bike network and priority being on that, as you referenced, Ms. Deputy, and I know where you're coming from in terms of, there's certainly gaps out there in suburban HRM too, but just as a reminder, We don't have a regional center bike network. We have a bunch of pieces of one. Some of them are even starting to connect together, but the project is very far from done, and that's still a few years away too. So, I think there's a lot we need to do around active transportation, but and I very much look forward to when we can actually speak about the regional center bike network in a past tense, because we've completed the work, but we're still a few years off from that. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no more speakers on the list. Someone would like to call for the question? All right, that passes. 15.3.1 from the Heritage Advisory Committee, that passed on consent. Moves us on to 15.4.1 from the Special Events Advisory Committee, the Halifax Regional Event Strategy Report. We have a presentation for that. Good to see some of my old friends from Discover Halifax here. With that, I will hand the floor over to you for your presentation.
Well, thank you, Deputy Mayor, members of Council. My name is Ross Jefferson. I am the President and CEO of Discover Halifax. I am being joined by my colleagues here today, Mark Teeple, our Vice President of Festivals and Events, and Billy Comer in the Civic Events Department. We're delighted to be here this afternoon, to answer any questions, and my colleagues will go through the details of the report in a moment. I just wanted to start off by expressing my gratitude to a number of partners who made this successful. And I'll start with Council. Council, as you may recall, this Council, as well as the Hotel Association, were successful in petitioning the provincial government for an increase in a hotel tax by 1%. That increase is generating around $4 million annually, which go to support both the funding of events as well as many of the initiatives, the development of the strategy, and the support for this. I'd also like to just recognize and thank the many partners who contributed significantly to this report, including Events East, Civic Events Department, as well as a number of other partners throughout the ecosystem. But I just want to end on one thing that I think is a real competitive advantage here in HRM. There is a level of cooperation that I think is really, exceptional in the work that's being done and some of the work that will be presented to you here today. So thank you very much for your role. Thank you for your part. Recognize also Councillor St. Amand as being appointed councillor on our board, and thank you all for your help. So I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues.
We're good. So first of all, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to walk you briefly through the Halifax Regional Event Strategy 2035. As Ross mentioned, the work was developed alongside with Discover Halifax, alongside HRM, Events East, and Events Nova Scotia. It was guided by an advisory committee and shaped by substantial input from both industry and community partners. Put simply, the strategy is about how Halifax supports events over time and the direction we're working towards as a region. It gives us a shared way to think about the system around events, making it more coordinated, more predictable, and better aligned with the outcomes we want. We already have a lot of strengths in this space that we like to talk about all the time, but sometimes we also need to think and remember that it has become harder to deliver and sustain those events and those activities that we love so much. So this strategy is really about both responding to that pressure and making sure we're set up to be more deliberate about what comes next. To give you a little bit of background, this conversation actually started all the way back in 2016. a long time ago when CPED asked for clarity on HRM's roles in events and tourism. In 2019, there was a StatPro report, an assessment that took a hard look at our current events ecosystem and pointed to the need for a more coordinated and strategic approach. A few things happened, and then in 2023, that approach started to take shape with the creation of the Festivals and Events Office within Discover Halifax and the formation of deeper partnerships. And then in 2024, Council gave clear direction to develop both a major events policy framework and the strategy. And from there, the work on this strategy specifically formally began in early 2025. So that is to say, this has been going on for a long time. The development of the strategy moved through 3 phases. Phase 1 was about research and engagement. We heard from over 150 organizations and individuals across the sector and community to really try and understand what is going great, what's a challenge, and what do we truly hope for. Then in phase 2 was about validating what we heard, challenging it, and testing some potential directions. And finally, phase 3, we compiled the strategy, sought and incorporated feedback, and have taken the time to try and land this properly. And that has led us here today. So overall, this isn't something that came together quickly, but it is built over time, rooted in very deliberate choices, and shaped by a lot of voices along the way. A really interesting thing happened through our feedback sessions with industry, community, and partners. It may be something that I found unusual about going through some projects like this. The feedback that we heard across the board was incredibly consistent. And I think we can largely put it into three buckets. First is a lack of clarity, and that is roles, responsibilities, and decision-making aren't consistently understood across the organizations. A second is a lack of coordination. Planning happens in silos and decisions are often disconnected from each other. And third, a lack of alignment with reality. Municipal processes, timelines, and tools don't necessarily match how events actually operate, particularly around timing, cost, and complexity. The result is a system that is largely reactive, harder to navigate than it should be, and increasingly difficult to sustain. I would also be remiss if I didn't say directly in this room by my colleagues within the industry that, like many others, festivals are struggling. That is not necessarily specific to Halifax. That is very much so a national problem in the way that we express our culture openly. The revenue environment is beyond challenging. Costs across the board rising much quicker than anyone can particularly keep up, and especially present in Halifax. The people behind many of our most important events are getting burned out, and we want to make sure that we take care of them. All of this to say, these aren't necessarily isolated problems, but they are connected, and they do point to some system-level gaps. I do want to be clear about what the strategy is not. It is not a list of events. It does not make funding or approval decisions, and it doesn't replace existing governance. What it does do is intentionally change how we think about, support, and make decisions about events. It sets long-term direction, it's not a short-term plan, and it's focused on improving how the system works over time. It creates a shared direction across partners and clear priorities to guide decisions as they evolve. And now the fun stuff. Our vision is for Halifax to be Canada's favorite gathering place. And that's not just about scale, it's about how this place works. It's a place where events feel natural and part of everyday life, where there's strong participation from both residents and visitors, where events are doing more than just filling a calendar. They're contributing to how the region functions and grows, supporting cultural life, contributing to the economy, bringing people together across communities, and supporting broader regional goals. In practice, that means a more balanced year-round calendar, events that reflect Halifax's identities and communities, and a system that can support events at all scales. The strategy itself is built around 3 pillars that you see here. The first is authenticity. This is about making sure events here feel like they belong to Halifax, shaped by the people, communities, and places that define this region. Our role in this is not to decide what is or is not authentic, but it is to create the conditions where it can come through. so local ideas can grow and visiting events connect to where they are. The second is assets. This is the foundation behind every event. It's the places, the people, and the systems that make it all possible. This pillar is about strengthening that foundation over time, so events are easier to deliver, more consistent, and are able to grow. And the third is alignment. This is how the system works together with clearer roles, shared direction, and better coordination across partners. So planning is more connected, decisions are more consistent, and the path from idea to delivery is clearer. And we do really love the alliteration that we were able to find in there too. We built in a few methods to move the strategy from direction to action within the structure. At the very top level are a set of strategic priorities, 15 in total across the 3 pillars. These set the key areas where we will focus efforts and where change is intended over time. From there, that work is carried forward through annual actions plans that are developed jointly by the partners involved in this project and the industry. This is where priorities are translated into specific actions every year, focusing on a manageable set of work and allowing the approach to adapt as conditions change. There's also a role that we are creating through for feedback from the sector through an advisory structures and regular engagement from the industry so that there is a clear way to bring forward issues, test ideas, and stay connected to what's happening on the ground. And finally, there's a built-in review and refresh cycle and a commitment to revisit the strategy in year 5 so that it can evolve and remain relevant over time. What we are trying to do here is to create something that is designed specifically to be ongoing and responsive and not a one-time implementation list. One of the really interesting things that I like to talk about with festivals and events especially is how they sit at the intersection of tourism, culture, community development, and economic growth. What's important is that they don't just deliver in one of these areas, they can help the region advance broader goals across all of those lines. They create visibility and participation around the things we're trying to move forward. But more than that, oftentimes they can make those priorities very real to people. So it's useful to think of events as part of the region's toolkit, not just a standalone activity. And that's one of the things that the strategy does try to do, to position events as part of that broader system and not separate from it. And it does give us a more deliberate way to connect them to what the region is trying to achieve. Success here through this strategy isn't necessarily just something that we measure. The interesting thing and the fun thing about events, it's something that you experience. It's a region where there's real richness to social and cultural life, where people have reasons to gather, to celebrate, to participate, where events reflect the communities they come from and people see themselves in what's happening around them, where there's a sense of energy and momentum, not just a few moments in the year, but something that carries across seasons, and where we're confident enough in that identity to share it, to invite others in, and to show up as a place that knows what it is. And over time, that's what we think will make Halifax Canada's favorite gathering place. I'm just going to close quickly by echoing some things that Ross said. There was a lot of work and a lot of input that went into this strategy over the last year or so. It's been a truly collaborative effort, not just between those partners, but with industry, the advisory committee, and so many others. Spoke about 150 people who participated in the engagement sessions. The real number between surveys and engagement is probably closer to 600 or 700 people in total who provided input into this process. Just want to say that on behalf of the project team that has worked on this, we're very grateful for that input and hope that it's reflected in the strategy as well and the actions that we'll take over the next 10 years. And with that, I think we are happy to take questions.
All right, thank you, Mark. I have to get my speakers board up here. I see Councillor Mancini. Put the motion on the floor for us, too,
I'll put the motion on the floor. Krista, don't take up my time because the motion's long, please. Put the following motion on the floor that Halifax Regional Council 1 endorse the Halifax Regional Event Strategy 2035 as outlined in attachment 1 of the staff report dated February 24th, 2026. 2, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to work in partnership with Discovery Halifax and sector partners to implement the Halifax Regional Event Strategy 2035 through annual action plans using existing resources. 3, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to align various municipal event-related policies, processes, and governance structures where appropriate with the Halifax Regional Event Strategy 2035. 4, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to work with Discover Halifax to prepare a return to Council with a staff presentation, proposed detailed policy, program, governance, measurement instruments as required to support implementation of the Halifax Regional Event Strategy 2035. And B, proposed amendments to Administrative Order 2014-020 Gov Marketing Levy Special Events Reserve Grants to align and replace current event funding programs so they are governed by and consistent with the Halifax Regional Event Strategy 2035. So moved. Second. Thank you. And if you can start my time now, that'd be great. I appreciate that, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you, gentlemen, very much for the presentation. But first of all, I want to take this opportunity, Ross, to thank you and your organization and your leadership. I mean, you're the tourism branch of this municipality, and I know your heart and soul and your entire team, Mark included and others, and I really want to take this opportunity to thank you for that work. And colleagues, you may or may not be aware of this, but Billy Calmer and his team at Civic Events touches every major event throughout our city. And the dedication from that team is remarkable, and the passion and the caring, making sure that the municipality looks good is front and center with Billy. Appreciate it, man, very, 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 very much. You know, Halifax is an event city, without question. Now, all you have to do is ask any other city in the country. They'll tell you Halifax is an event city. And I loved it that, you know, your strategy, your goal is Canada to be Canada's favorite gathering place. And we're definitely on the way of doing that. You know, earlier, colleagues, I spoke when we were talking about the downtown business strategy, Halifax downtown business strategy. I talked about why people and why businesses come here and all those reasons, the university, the downtown, the port, and the list went on and on. But we add to that, why do people come to visit? Why do people want to move? Why they want to bring their operation? Because of events. I mean, this summer, it's going to be another record year of events in our municipality. You know, you also mentioned, Mark, in your presentation, how Halifax, this strategy is about how Halifax supports events over time. And we have lots of strengths. And I personally think, and I've been involved in events in the city before even this job, I think, you know, our special sauce when it comes to events is our people, the volunteers that come out. When I talk to the different organizations, events that come to our city, they talk about the people. It's truly remarkable. The people is our special sauce. When we do events, we break records almost every time. 2 World Juniors that we hosted here. The last one last minute because Russia wasn't allowed to host. We broke records to the extent that we questioned whether we ever get it back again because we raised the bar so much. We did that twice with the World Juniors. Lake Banook, how can I not talk about events and not talk about Lake Banook? World class, around the world. I talk to countries when they come to Lake Banook for World Championships. They say they don't come to Canada. They're not saying they're coming to Nova Scotia. They're not saying they're coming to Dartmouth. They say they're coming to Lake Banook. It's known around the world. I had a coach from Argentina tell me they have in their clubhouse a poster that says Lake Banook. I mean, the world knows about us, but Lake Banook. Sail GP is coming back. Last time that it was here, most of us didn't know what the heck Sail GP was. We all learned about it. We had 90 million views. 90 million views looking at our harbor around the world. That's the events. NAG, the list goes on and on and on and on with our events. Every time we do an event, we raise the bar. So there are gaps, though, right? And that's part of what the strategy is about. So one of the questions I have, Mark, is around the gaps in venues. And I brought this up earlier when we were talking about the downtown Halifax strategy, you know, the lack of live music venues. I mean, I'm of the area, Hensby and I are the area of hanging out in the Misty Moon. We had lots of options back then. I think I saw Hensby get kicked out once or twice there. But, but, we used to have a town full of live venue events. We don't have that anymore. So, when we look at our local talent, it's here, places for them to stay. We're only tapping the just barely tapping the potential of the garrison grounds. I know that's not our land, and I alluded that to earlier, and I sent you all a video of a drone shot of the garrison grounds. It's remarkable, but we're only tapping it. So you could talk about conversations we may be having with the federal government. Earlier, Councillor Austin talked about Aldrey Landing, the many events at Aldrey Landing. Bands that come from all over say, wow, this is an amazing event, and the potential we have of that. So if you could speak to that, the gaps in the actual venues and where we are in the strategy, that would be great. And finally, the red tape that exists. We have red tape that's holding us back in our events. And the example I use all the time, when we look at the provincial alcohol and gaming, when we had the Memorial Cup here, I mean, amazing. Once again, broke records in Memorial Cup, but then we had to put up fencing on Argyle Street. It was ridiculous, right? When you go to another place in St. John, Newfoundland, people walk from one bar to another with the same glass, and so we're behind. And I wonder if, Billy, you could talk about where we are with some of that red tape. Policing is another one. The fact that our legislation forces us to use policing for our events. So the Blue Nose Marathon spend over $50,000 every year just on policing, because there is no option. They can only use policing to block off streets and a lot of our street events that we have. So, and there's other red tape. So the two questions are about the gaps in venues. I have to say it, and some of you will roll your eyes, but stadium is one of them. And the other gap is that the other issue is the red tape and what we're doing to address the red tape. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Billy Comer, Manager of Events. Through you to the chair and to the councillor. Working through the Special Events Task Force ever since we started doing this consultation has been great. I mean, we've heard a lot from all of our rural areas to our suburban and even our urban core that is doing a lot of the work here in the event industry. And what we heard a lot of times was the red tape is one of its biggest barriers. At times, it's not even the funding. It's not the sponsorship. It's actually the roadblocks that they're running into, quite literally at times. And so since then, we've gone back to the task force looking for ways that we can find easier ways for our industry to work. And one of those that has come up has been working with the province and finding a chance to have peace officers do parades now. That's the first time we've ever had the ability to do that.
Can we do that now?
Yes, so we can use peace officers instead of police officers that have been signed in and sworn in through the police officers plan. So HRP now has the ability to do that. It's still not exactly where the industry wants to go. We still believe that there's some wiggle room there to get the traffic authority and people that are doing traffic daily right now, currently. And we've found a gap there and we've fixed that. Currently, we're working on the fact that a lot of our line painting has not been able to be completed due to additional overtime with events. And so we've found the ability to use one of our groups on standing order with the traffic authority to now work on street signage and doing barricades, and it is going to create potentially a 25 to 35% saving for the organizer. And that's information that we're just getting back now and going to be bringing to all of our signature events this week, actually. So there's little pieces like that we can do that I think actually open up the door to be creative. It's some of these extra pieces on the budget that just make it hard to get the band on stage. To your point to the Garrison grounds, it's not our land, but a lot like the Commons that we learned during our major concert days was that we needed more infrastructure in place for the Live Nations, for the major organizers, for the local guys like Sonic Concerts that want to come and do a major spectacle. Having the power there, having the water, having the bathroom facilities, all of that stuff just goes against their bottom line. It's just a major one-up for us. So improving places like Alderney, building on the Garrison grounds, these are all part of the 10-year vision for sure. As for more red tape there, I mean, at the end of the day, we're going to continue to work at a task force perspective. You'll see in the strategy that we are leaning towards an acronym known as SAFE, a Safety Advisory Forum for events. We see that becoming something that's more of a group of not saying no, it's how do we get to how? How do we make it happen? And I mean, I think that's a real fix in the focus that we need for events, because it is a bit of a gray area compared to compared to potholes at times. You got to fill the pothole.
Right.
Sometimes we have a little more complex side to this events game than we think. Yeah.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I might come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor White.
Thank you to Deputy Mayor. Thank you guys for being here. It's exciting, and sorry to miss the events committee last week. My question is, I'm really excited about how you talked about, Mark, how this integrates tourism, culture, community development, and economic growth. And I'm excited about the transit piece. Can you speak to that a bit more about maybe what you envision, how we can build on our transit in the city, using events to complement what we're trying to do already?
I can a little bit. What the strategy envisions, and these are ongoing conversations, is looking at our hosting of major events as opportunities for either further development of, in this case, the example you're using is transit and the transit network. And that can go both ways from both an infrastructure standpoint, but also a cultural usage standpoint. I assume I'm probably going to get a message after this, but one of the examples is being able to work, and these are conversations, I should say, that are happening with Halifax Transit for when we are hosting a major event to be able to provide park and ride services and consistent transit options during the event. Doing that consistently can start to change the minds of people to understand that transit might be an option and a better option and increase usage. When we talk about using events as a tool, that's what we mean by that. As we go into sort of later in this decade and certainly into the early 2030s is when some of the larger events that we're working on, we can start talking about some legacy projects attached to those events that are probably, what we call legacy or other community or infrastructure in some place. So that's a fairly common conversation that happens with them as well.
Okay, that's great. I'm glad to hear that conversations are happening. Maybe just to tag on to our downtown conversation this morning, have the bids have anything to do with this strategy, or will you be going to them with it? Or?
Yep. So the executive director of Downtown Dartmouth actually sat on the advisory committee with us. We actually presented the strategy to them 2 weeks ago, just after it was accepted by SEAC, of which there's the executive director of Spring Garden Road actually sits on. So, and in the engagement process, we held a specific focus group with the leaders of every business improvement district in the region invited to. So it wasn't restricted. We invited everyone.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just want to remind people that we have the poets coming at 3 o'clock. I see there's a number of questions on the board still. We can. I was thinking of taking one more question, see how it goes, and then having a short break before the poets come to let them set up, and then continuing this after the poets. I hear that should take about 15 minutes with the poets is the time we have allotted. Does that make sense? Yep. Okay, so we'll take Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Deputy Mayor. Thank you very much for the report, the strategy. Ross, you won't be at all surprised by my question, I know. And it's obvious it's the result of a lot of work and really good consultation and, representing part of my district being so rural, seeing Anne from the Halifax County exhibition on the list was really good. But your images are all urban centric. Well, there's one person on a horse, but it's very urban centric. And it reads very urban-centric to me. So I'm just wondering, is the title appropriate, Halifax Regional Event Strategy, or is it a Halifax event strategy? I don't see that, when I think about the Clam Harbor Castle Festival that brings thousands of people there, right? It's a huge event. Is it considered a special event? So when I read it, I guess I'm still a little bit trying to figure out what constitutes this special event strategy, like what fits and what doesn't. I think in 2 years' time, the Bicentennial Theater will be 100 years old. The Halifax County Exhibition is 142 years old. So they're looking at a big 150 event coming up in 8 years that they're planning for. So that's the only sort of observation I would have. Like, it's a really nice strategy. My only observation is, where am I seeing the rural being reflected in it? So that would be my only question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
through you to chair to the councillor. I think one of the key pieces to this is it absolutely has to be regional to be successful. It's a 10-year vision plan. I'll speak internally, and then Mark may want to pick up on some more of the regional side of how this document is not just about our internal event team. It's not just about our project team, which is ourselves, the province, Events East, and DH. It is truly about the entire industry coming together. So from the Musquodoboit region, getting connected to us more, making sure that we're getting connected with them and going out to rural areas and understanding the problems, which was eye-opening, to be honest, from my desk as well at times. You know, going to meet some amazing organizers as well as, you know, the people at the Shore Club. We're meeting some of these great ideas that they have. But, you know, we do have some issues in the rural areas when it comes to capacity and being able to host. Internally, what we've been trying to do right now with our granting system is ensure that we're trying to get to 25 to 30% of our grants are going to rural areas. And we're close to that now in the community celebration side of things and the cultural showcases. And as you spoke to, the Clam Harbor Sandcastle is a baby of our division for years now, and Andrew Cox, who's definitely led that into something extremely special. And it has become a true tourism destination, luckily. You know, it's one of those events that we produce as a community event, but it absolutely has turned into a tourism event, just naturally, just being such a special event to attend. But as we produce it, we do notice some of those logistical issues that we run into for sure. But overall, our goal here is to make sure that events are flourishing throughout the entire municipality, not just the urban core.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I apologize. I turned my mic off for the time to be able to hear, so I apologize for that. If I could have a quick follow-up, Madam Chair?
Yep, you still have some time on the clock. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. So how do we incorporate more visuals that are more regional? Like, how do we make sure that rural looks at this strategy and says, I fit? I'm in there too. So I would like to see that a little bit more. That's the part, Ross, that I'm sure that you weren't surprised by. So that's all. Thank you.
I think the important question that you're asking is this strategy for all of HRM? And I'll say unequivocally it is. Before this strategy and this work was done, events in this community were largely done based on the visions, the hopes, and the passions of volunteers, which we want to continue to have. But the model was set up so that if somebody wanted to do something, they approached through SEAC, they received funding. This actually is designed to be very intentional about the types of things we'd like to see in this community. We still want to obviously keep all of that momentum of the volunteers and the passion that people have for the events that they're dreaming up, but also build on top of that. The selection of the images, I think, I don't know how they're selected, but I can imagine it's probably just a process where the language of this is put together and someone who's a designer is selecting some images. I think your point's a good one and a valid one, that we don't want communities to not feel like they're not part of it. Yep. But I can tell you the quality of the input, the intention of it, and I think the content within, it's an HRM total regional strategy.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Daigle-Gammon. All right, it is 2:46. We're going to take a break for 15 minutes till 3 o'clock. I would ask that everyone please be back here sharp at 3 o'clock so we can listen to our poets, to our guests and staff. Sorry, we're going to have to take a short little pause. I hope you don't mind sticking around a little longer. And the good news is you get to hear the poets as well. Start. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to Regional Council. Very excited because this is the time where we have a special presentation by our poet laureates. We have 3 poet laureates here with us today. We have Anna Kwan, who is HRM's poet laureate, Aisha Abdouche, who is our 2025 Youth Poet Laureate, who is here to give us one more poem. And we have our new incoming Youth Poet Laureate, Daniel Park. We're going to start today with Anna Kwan. She's been our Municipal Poet Laureate since 2024. It's a 3-year term. And Anna is the municipality's 9th Poet Laureate. Anna is a poet, novelist, and emerging filmmaker who has worked in the not-for-profit sector for more than 2 decades, except for several years as a freelance journalist. Her poetry chapbook Body Parts was published in 2021 by Gaspereau Press, and her latest novel, Where the Silver River Ends, was released by Invisible Publishing in 2022. It completes a trilogy of her earlier novels, Low, 2013, and Migration Songs in 2009. After winning the Launch, a film pitch competition for underrepresented filmmakers in November 2022, Anna created her first short documentary film, Me and My Teeth, which premiered at the Lunenburg Doc Fest in September 2023. Mixed-race, middle-aged, and mad, Anna is also a member of the Baha'i Faith, a roommate to her elderly father and maker of art, including zines and simply animated films of her own poems, which have shown at several small Canadian film festivals. In addition to writing poetry and memoir, Anna works part-time as a contract creativity facilitator for the Canadian Mental Health Association, Halifax Dartmouth branch. Anna lives in Shipuktuk. Anna, the floor is yours. Welcome.
The Mayor. I don't know if my mic is on. Yes, it is. Okay. Thanks. So I'm going to read a poem about the future. Today it's budgets and bike lanes, infilling attrition and cuts. Tomorrow it's terror in schools and abandoned streets, rationing of water and the lotteries for power. How far can you see? Several centuries hence, can you imagine the rising of the sea above Province House and City Hall, the fires that twist and scratch and scorch the citadel, consuming condos and office towers, malls and schools, hospitals and homes? The future wars that will enfold us in their fury and turn us into smoke and dust. The collapse of everything we know. And if not that, or after that, then what? Something not so dire, maybe. Something quieter and clean, dream-filled and hopeful. I see a city built on stilts, floating above ground as the earth repairs itself. Where once there was concrete and steel, there's a garden, a forest, a farm, in tender and in Mi'kmaq hands. The long-ago bridges, memorialized as holograms, astonish our kin in their flying buses, who marvel at their ancestors' penchant for construction and demolition, without fear or forethought. And look, their tour guide points, at the ruins that dot the landscape. There once our forebears learned and played and suffered, governed and worked and worshipped, were born and laid to rest, celebrated and punished, remembered and forgotten. All ruins, she says, have the same sheen of humility, grime of regret. Each tumbled and scavenged, their coveted density too heavy for the earth to bear. But the city now, a web of tiny bee-like pods that buzz and settle, swarm and shift, away from danger, toward beauty, in hammocks, platforms, hives, suspended between wind turbines and water harvesters, launch pads and charging stations, sprouting like horsetail fern from the marsh, the desert, and the sea. Several centuries hence may our descendants look back on us with compassion as they would their own children, and see our mistakes were made in ignorance, not malice, greed, or carelessness. And if imagination has failed us again this time in its bid to mirror the future, let it at least have wings and the long tail of a kite to catch the changing winds of time and fly before it crashes, like so many hopeful dreams before it. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Next we have Aisha Abdouche. Aisha is a 20-year-old writer and student with Ethiopian roots. Since migrating to Halifax, her identity and lived experiences have provided a unique perspective on the world around her. For Aisha, poetry is more than an art form. It became a sanctuary, a medium of boundless expression, used to create a bridge between personal and collective experiences. Through her work, she strives to educate, inspire, and unite. Welcome. Welcome, Aisha. Or Aisha, sorry.
Is it on? Okay. Thank you all for having me here for the last time. The poem that I'd like to share with you is called Dear White People, and I think I'll let the poem speak for itself. Dear white people, kindly accept this poem as my formal resignation. I am no longer comfortable in this position I've been granted based solely on my pigmentation, and this is the only way I can seem to express my indignation because, quite frankly, otherwise you won't listen. Furthermore, I fear you may accuse me of being unprofessional and unprincipled when really you mean ghetto and thug, so kindly allow me to code switch so we can both enjoy your amazement at my articulation and my education attainment, and yes, girl, English really is my second language. Nevermore will I be satisfied working and existing under the reign of exploitation, or watch as a part of my blackness becomes the newest sensation, but surely only appreciated when co-opted by your existence. And due to your cultural appreciation, Black girls go representing their beauty, such as their curls and their figure, and Black boys act right so they don't fall victim to your trigger, and just because you say it, it don't make you. Assimilation we permiss, sadly, to only later witness your desperation and failed attempts at appropriation, so don't hit me with that what's up, what you saying, because I've been out here rephrasing while you put colonized twist on our sayings. Additionally, I have the right to autonomy. I refuse to become a prison commodity or have my ideas harvested commonly and become the backbone of your economy. Coincidentally, as we fill your dockets, we line your trust fund pockets that still aren't cushy enough for this uncomfortable conversation. Or rather, an uncensored narration of the injustice we face daily, because unfortunately, assigning Halle Bailey as the role of the Little Mermaid isn't quite enough to masquerade our social remoteness and validate your wokeness. And in the name of affirmative action, yet again, we are reduced to a fraction. Our end of a compromise throughout all of time has led to the destruction of minds, human rights, and bloodlines, and silence is our demise. It's approval for the aggressors, the language of the oppressors. There's a duality to your stillness because as you bear witness, you bear arms. The greatest weapon is reticence. I mean, at least you have the choice to stay neutral, though I believe indifference is an attempt simply futile, so I will stand up here poised and continue to use my voice for those who cannot. I could continue over half a millennia of pain, but I choose to refrain because with great disdain, I imagine I'll be back. Our tears tend to fall on deaf ears, but I'll continue on track until I eventually pierce through generations of supremacy, until we are heard readily, until our pain is taken credibly and until liberation is presently. Freedom is a constant struggle, but I'm free where it matters. Our relief is long overdue and may not come in my lifetime, but my last words for you, I quit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aisha. And thank you for being our Youth Poet Laureate for the last year. I think this is a wonderful program, and thank you for the role you've played in that. Next, we have Daniel Park, who is our Municipal Youth Poet Laureate for 2026. Daniel is a 16-year-old Korean writer and gardener based in Halifax. Growing up surrounded by nature and having lived in very different environments, he became deeply aware of the importance of a healthy and sustainable world. His interest in gardening grew from this awareness. Through cultivating plants and caring for school gardens, he learned how preserving nature, even on a small scale, can create meaningful connections with place and people. He began writing poetry after noticing it in his everyday life. While watering plants and listening to music, he noticed how words and rhythm could express the way he experienced the natural world. Since then, poetry has become a way for him to reflect on and share these moments. Daniel, welcome.
Hi, I'm Daniel. Thank you for having me here today. It's really an honor to be able to share my work with you all today. I'd like to share two short poems with you. The first poem is called The Corners, which is inspired by how things form and change in nature. Corners. Why is it that the fruits of the world are always round? Roots push downward, thin and pointed. Branches reach upward, narrow and sharp. But the fruit, when it ripens and lets itself fall, holds no edge. A full apple taken in one sudden bite. The teeth are sharp, but the apple stays round. Do you see? What is ready to be given, what knows how to be received, does not keep its corners. Thank you. The second poem is called To the Council, and this is a small message I'd like to share with you all today. To the Council. There must be distance between you and me for the wind to move between us. There must be a window between you and me for our eyes to share what the heart cannot say. And if someone must stand outside the window, let it be those who keep the space open. Only then we can stay inside, beneath a gentle light, and be happy, be warm. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daniel, and congratulations on becoming our next Youth Poet Laureate. I hope we have more opportunities to hear your poems throughout the year. Thank you. So with that, we're going to return back to our agenda, which is the special events. The Halifax Regional Event Strategy Report. We have had the presentation and we have a speakers list. Is it back up there? There it is. All right. Thank you again, poets. It's always lovely to have you here. Okay, and welcome back, Ross, Mark, and Billy. Next on the speakers list, we have Councillor Hinch.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So, like Councillor Deagle-Gammon, I also don't see much representation when it comes to diversity and inclusion within this report. I may have missed something, I don't know. But when I look at, from a standpoint of the African Nova Scotian lens, I feel like there's something that's missing. And I say this because when I say for concerts per se, I mean, I looked at the schedule for 2026. I do see Jordan at the Shore Lounge or the Shore Club in June, but there's very little representation for us. I find that a lot of things that go outside of, or that are outside, say in Toronto or those places, we have to travel. We have to travel to see certain concerts and things of that nature. So I'm wondering if there's more that we can do when it comes to African Nova Scotian representation. Not even African Nova Scotian and abroad. I mean, you know, I don't expect Beyonce to be here anytime soon, but it would be a dream. But I mean, you know, there's so much more to offer within the realm of, you know, urban music, you know, R&B and things of that nature. So, you know, we would like to see more of that. Go ahead.
To the councillor, I'll speak internally on some of what we're doing to make that shift. One of the key pieces that we saw years ago was when we started doing jurisdictional scan of all of the events that are happening. And we were doing a great job internally of family events, all ages events. We had a really strong component of rock concerts and things like this that were happening for Canada. We were doing that. What were we lacking? We were lacking a lot of programming for youth. We were lacking a different programming almost on a ticketed scale value. And so what we created at the time was a festival known as Hopscotch. And so what Hopscotch was leaning on the 4 elements of hip hop and working with local artists in urban art, in DJing, MCing, and breakdancing. And so a lot of pieces to that Hopscotch festival started internally, meeting people like working together with Julian at ANZMA, working together with a bunch of great artists here in the city, including Jordan, who was on our New Year's show as well. And so I think internally, we definitely understand the value of diverse programming. And with last year, we put together a program as well as Vibrancy and our ANZMA Freedom Festival as well, that we're really trying to push the culture to as many people as we can. Another partner that we're now working with is the Jamaican Cultural Association to produce their JCANS Festival each year now. And that's on the Dartmouth side of things. On the Dartmouth Fair Terminal Park Festival has become a really great celebration of food and culture throughout the year. But on the grand scheme of things, I have to agree with you. There's more work to be done for sure. And having partners like Julian at ANZMA right now has definitely been a bonus for us. And he's really helped us elevate the music side, definitely. As well as when to speak to, larger scale concert promoters, a lot of times we are running into capacity issues, size of the venue, size of the arena, and overall private decisions made by private entrepreneurs that are running their own events. We don't have as much ability to say who they should or who they shouldn't book. So on that side of things, there's not much pressure. But what I will say is working with DH ever since the Festival and Events Division came, we have put together some much stronger strategies when it comes to diversity. And one of the great examples is how Mark and his team has worked so well with the Pride Committee. And one that we have announced is Canada Pride. That's going to come here. And it is basically our Halifax Pride team and working with a national group to produce the largest Pride festival that Atlantic Canada will ever see next year. And I think we'll be very excited to see what comes of that. And that's just the beginning. I mean, we're going to continue to push for things like NAG and continue the momentum after that. So we're working on it. There's a lot of work to be done.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor Hinch. Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Deputy Mayor. I'm just wondering if you could say a little more about emerging events and what you see as potential there, because you did mention that some of the more established events are having difficulty, so it must be some extra help required if you're trying to get something off the ground, and hopefully we keep evolving events as we go forward.
I can speak to that for a second. We have a really, really great region for ideas, but the pathways to making those ideas a reality is very difficult, and it's sometimes impossible. We recognize that through the strategy and through this process, and to be frank, it's something that Billy and I talk about almost every day at some point. One of the intents behind this, and one of the reasons why we built it this way, is to make sure that the first steps that we're going through, looking at the administrative order and the processes that we have in place to access whatever that early seed funding that we might be able to have here, that we can open up some pathways. Beyond that, one of the things that we're doing through the strategy and through our partnership is adding some capacity to actually work hand in hand with new producers to produce the business plans and things that they need in order to, we hope, be successful, or at the very least give it a try for things that might be very interesting to the people in Halifax, and certainly from our perspective interesting to visitors to experience as well.
So a lot of the focus is on mentoring and streamlining the admin and that sort of thing?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morris. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Deputy Mayor. Thanks for the report. I have a few questions. So you mentioned transit and tourism for your events. So what's your private sector outreach for those areas in the African Nova Scotia community? And also, I am going to echo a little bit of what Councillor Hintz mentioned for the African Nova Scotia and the diaspora community. There's the IBU, the Nigerian Association. Have you reached out to them? And you're talking about different competitions and things like that. Jump rope is historic in the African Nova Scotia community. That'd be a nice competition to consider in the future. And this, are you reaching out to the other organizations in the African Nova Scotia community?
Through the chair to council. Great question. First and foremost, the Double Dutch competition would be really cool, actually, and it's a component that I have seen at a small level, only locally, but I've never seen like the international. I've seen the competitions on TV. Huge. It's incredible. Actually, yeah, it's a lot like a cheerleading competition. It can bring a lot of tourism impact when we talk to these guys about that. But to your question, on a deeper level, we are working alongside BBI. We're also trying now to, and an emerging festival question that popped up is the Crescendo Festival. And so when we had the graduation stage, we were trying to do 3 or 4 emerging festivals, try to bring on young emerging event industry panels. And so one of those people ended up being Micah Smith, who has now created Crescendo Festival. And it is the first fully Black-owned, Black operated, and fully curated Black music festival in Atlantic Canada. That's in its beginning stages, and so we're loving to see how that's growing, and we're going to continue to push that through our event calendar, through NATO Day weekend, and it's been great to watch the growth of Micah so far. But that's only one example, and there's multiple other potential pieces that Julian and the African Nova Scotia Music Association is presenting to us that all seem like some really great opportunities for us moving forward, for sure.
Yeah, so I hope you're really looking into this, because it's a missed opportunity. These events are for everybody. It's just somebody different showcasing it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor St. Amand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, fantastic job. I do believe that the strategy provides us with a pretty exceptional way to look at what the future might bring with it. One of the lines that I pulled out of the presentation, and I'm sure it's repeated in perhaps a greater form in the report itself, is where you're speaking about what success looks like in 2035. A year-round balanced events calendar across seasons and communities. To me, that means that it's entirely results-oriented. It's about goal setting, accountability, and process that will get us there. And that's something that the nerd in me really appreciates. I think one of the things that it affords us the ability to do is leverage the unique strengths of the communities across HRM. It's not downtown centric. It's not even urban centric. It's about trying to leverage what's uniquely present in each of our communities and amplifying the opportunities that may be presented by special events that are homegrown in as much as possible. I've got a question that will come from that. I mean, it does seem that this provides a framework that will amplify events of various different sizes. Obviously, you've got to get to a certain threshold before it'll really kick in fully, I think. But I think one of the things that smaller events will do is aspire to get to that point, particularly knowing that there's a supportive framework available to them to work on. And it does seem like you've got regional, national, and even a global audience in mind with this, and in partnership with BIDS, with the Halifax partnership with the province, obviously with this body. There's lots of opportunities there and beyond, and I think it's fairly ambitious. The question that I have is, will this strategy also provide you with the flexibility for early identification of events with potential? Are you out there spotting the talent, actively scouting the talent among our communities to look for additional opportunities down the line that will eventually grow into the position where they will wind up becoming, arguably regional level special events?
This is by far my favorite thing to talk about, so you'll have to excuse me for a second. Simple answer is yes. And one of the big things that we know about whatever the next big event is that we don't actually know where it's going to come from. But we do know is that there's an idea out there and someone out there who can drive it forward and make something happen. The part of looking at this is we do want some pathways to create something new. That is part of the Integrated Tourism Master Plan for 2030, specifically calling it for a new marquee event. The way that comes about is actually by enabling as many things as we can to see what people want and what people stick and what can stick, and helping things grow. Don't remember the second half of your question there.
Well, just how do you go about how do you get that early identification to actively happen? Are you actively scouting for new opportunities, particularly around opportunities that represent the mosaic of diversity of opportunities that we want to see within our special event strategy?
That is entirely relationship driven.
Right.
I shouldn't say entirely. There are two pieces to it. One is creating a basis of policy of access that is as open and easy to be able to do some intake so that people can self-identify themselves. The other half of that is more active relationship building. There is an entire section in here about relationship building. We know nothing in this particular industry happens without a coalition of people in organizations. It is never an individual. It's why we're up here today. It's why so many people were involved in this. There is no easy answer to that other than time and shaking some hands, meeting some people, and sitting in rooms like this and hearing great ideas and remembering to follow up about it tomorrow.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Right, Councillor St. Amand. Everyone's spoken once, and I'm going to let Councillor Mancini close and say a few remarks. First of all, I mean, what a great team we have in events. You guys are all remarkable in the work that you've done. Mark, you came here to Halifax. I had the fortune of working with you when I was on the board, and TIFF, Niagara Region, World Pride Day. You're bringing a tremendous amount of experience here to our community, and I think it's wonderful, and we're glad to have you. for me, the most important part in this, and I doubt this will be a surprise to Ross, is the community part, and actually seeing the community as a pillar. I look around our municipality, in particular my district, and it's changed so much. The demographics have changed. I have so many newcomers from so many different backgrounds and countries that I really do see events as a way of building social cohesion and neighborhood identity and creating belonging and inclusion. And I think that right now at this point in our city, we need to invest in that. Some of that can happen on its own, but more of it can happen if we're actually have intent around creating social cohesion and bringing communities together to not just share their culture, but collectively share an experience. So, I was glad to see and hear the importance of community throughout the document. The other piece is about, the reliance on volunteers, right? And so a lot of community organizations, they rely on volunteers. You're talking about the events becoming a bit staid, that there are a lot of family-friendly events. And often, people do what they know. But I think there's a real opportunity to evolve that, either with helping existing groups evolve their offering and helping, new groups form and bring something new to the table. My concern in this is that, as I'm wondering, do we have the internal capacity, either through events grants or through, staff support, to really focus on this as a vehicle not only for local community economic development, but that social inclusion and cohesion piece, as well as kind of creating that quality of life that I think people used to really think Halifax had it. They come here for the quality of life, and that's shifting a bit. And I see events as a vehicle for bringing that aspect back, but we need to kind of expand it. So I'm just wondering about, do we have the financial and human capacity to really support that grassroots piece?
Through to the chair. I can speak to that internal capacity. I mean, when we brought our community showcases grant last year, along with the cultural showcases, we were looking for the first increase in funding. I think that was the first time it happened in, I believe, about 13 years. And so that still does not get us at the actual average of where we are in Canada right now for community event building. We are getting a lot better. But when we saw potential cuts to that, that was definitely scary to the small organizer. A lot of these groups are volunteer driven. We work on most of them. Sackville Patriot Days, Bedford Days, multiple events throughout the region, Clam Harbor Beach Sandcastle. All of these events are really relying on the people. And that's why I'm very happy to see in this assets, and what we learned from our discovery is that one of our key assets, as you said, is the people of these communities. The more we can build upon the funding, the better. And the more we can take things from these guys' group, like the Take the Lead project, when we get a community-driven event that actually has the potential to become a tourism event, I know that these guys are willing to step up and really analyze the data to say, is this not just a community driver? Is this actually something that can go beyond that? However, on the grassroots level, we're right now currently funding over 70 events right now in HRM amongst all districts. That's at a rate of about $330,000 a year. But we have requests from, each year an additional 10 to 15 new events. There's new communities coming up with great new ideas, and we are at capacity, unfortunately, when it comes to funding. So the next time that these grants are done is in 2 years. They'll come up for new funding, and we really do need to find more capacity.
If I could build on that, thank you, Billy. We are competing in a landscape that is largely national and even international. Many of the events that we're competing for, we are competing against other cities. But I think there is an opportunity here for a point of clarification, perhaps for some of the council members here. The approach that we are now taking is more of a proactive approach as a community. Again, I think we have to recognize and thank council again for their support in increasing the hotel levy by 1%. But I will share with council that that is the lowest hotel tax in the entire country. We are competing against other communities that have budgets that are in excess of $100 million. And that is hotel tax generated funding. So I think that there is still an opportunity to look at how we compete nationally, how we compete internationally. But I think another point of clarification might be helpful as well. There are really what we see as three types of events, and I may stand to be corrected by my colleagues, but there are events that we bid on. We are competing against other communities. It usually results in, the qualities that your community has to win that, as well as the financial capacity you have to support that event. Then there are events that we consider our local, homegrown, reoccurring events. We're really excited about the opportunity of growing those, working with them. We're providing new marketing services, shared services, things that it doesn't make sense for multiple event groups to have multiple marketing departments. So out of our operating budgets, we're actually supporting events in their development so that they can also grow. But I think, and that, of course, the last type of event is those local community-based events, which is largely your civic events department that is leading those, and I think has been doing a tremendous job in doing so. But one more point of clarification is that the approach here, none of the individuals that are sitting here before you or the institutions they represent, we are not producers of events. We do not design events. We do not fund directly of those events, notwithstanding through the grant program there is. But this is the first time, I think, in this community that we have a strategy, number one, that aligns the partners that are trying to achieve these objectives. And it's the first strategy that the community's had. We have benefited tremendously from, those people that are passionate that come forward as volunteers to try and bring an event here. This is the first time I think that the community and the partners that are involved in this are together, aligned on how to improve this system. So I hope that that comes through in the report in its format today.
It does. Thank you. Councillor Mancini to close.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor, you talked about the people, and I agree, and I mentioned it earlier. The people are our special sauce, really are, when it comes to our events, and so we're so lucky. And Ross, thank you. I was going to bring it up, but you brought up the hotel tax. We are the lowest in the country. Even though we just raised it, we are the lowest in the country. And so I say, as we advance, we should be looking at raising that yet again. Our hotels are full during the summer season, right? The opportunity for growth is that expanding that shoulder season, and I think by increasing that levy, the hotel levy, is a way to do that. So, and I'm happy to lead that charge with all of you. I'm wondering, Ross. Kathy Daigle-Gammon referenced the document, the strategy, not seeing the rural area reflected in that document, even though I think the intent of the document is there. They may not see the visuals. I know the promotion out of Discover Halifax, and you did a series of promotional videos, and folks, if you haven't seen those videos, they're pretty remarkable. I'm wondering if you wouldn't mind sending council the links to those videos, because I think you'll see the much of the region reflected in that. And by the way, folks, if you get a chance, go to their website. Their website is pretty amazing and pretty powerful, and you'll see much of the region reflected there. I talked about earlier about the gaps, and I'm wondering, I see Maggie here, and Billy, you could talk about gaps in venues. One of the other gaps that I'm really concerned about that we're going to have is Exhibition Park. So Exhibition Park in a couple of years is going to be turned into a development, and my concern is that right now that's busy. There are events that want to come to Halifax, but that doesn't even fit into that Exhibition Park. And I'm really concerned if there's not some work being done now, that we're not going to be ready in 2 years' time, whatever that date is, that we're going to have that loss of venue. And that's going to be a huge missed opportunity. So I wonder if someone could speak to that. And just to close that off, this strategy is not about adding events. It's about fixing the systems that support this event. That's what we're talking about, right? We're fixing the systems that support the event, the red tape, a lot of good stuff. And so I hope everyone supports this strategy. But I'm wondering if anybody could just speak to, I don't know if they're reference the exhibition park, because that's going to be a huge gap once that goes, and we should be working on that right now. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you, Councillor, you are identifying something that is actually really important, and it is actively being worked on. We have through our Destination Development Department, and I know that Mark is also co-participating. We actually have a study right now on the opportunities and the gap with the future closing of the exhibition center. We are also working really closely with the private sector. They're doing a parallel study. We wanted to make sure that we had independence, looking at the opportunity from the lens of a taxpayer and of a resident. But the two strategies that being done by the private sector, as well as the one we're doing, I think is designed to specifically tackle that. We do have a number of years, but of course, raising capital and developing a project takes years as well. But that work is actually ongoing. So
glad to hear that, because it will be a huge gap, and I don't think a lot of folks recognize the importance of that facility now. Yeah. I'm sure some do, but once it's gone, they'll definitely recognize it. Yeah.
Might, if I could add, that there has been extensive work done on all of the all of HRM's major assets. And Mark can speak to this much better than I, but I couldn't miss bringing this up. There was a very thorough analysis for everything from the ceiling heights in the venues that we have to where they're located to, the types of flooring and the materials, to help us understand what assets that we have a competitive advantage to win in, but as well, how can we also attract events that can bring legacy opportunities to develop those things? Right. Those two things have to go hand in hand. It's like when you have the Canada Games, it's an opportunity for a refresh of your assets. So I know that Mark, in the studies that have been doing, as well as with Billy, have been very, very extensive on that end. And I think that's a missed thing that we haven't spoken about to this point. Yeah.
If I can, excuse me, if I could just add on to that. There are actually a couple of recommendations from that venue work that we completed a couple of years ago that are in this strategy and are actually in the tourism master plan as well. One of them, just to call attention to it, is strategic priority number 6, which is integrating events into infrastructure planning and renewal. And that is not necessarily saying go out and build all brand new event things, but as we are updating master plans and as we are creating intentions to renew facilities, that we should consider their use for events and economic development alongside community use, especially for key locations and where appropriate.
Great. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, guys. We appreciate it. Deputy Mayor?
All right, with no more speakers on the list, would someone like to call the question? Questions being called. Let's vote. All right, and that passes. Thank you very much to Mark, Ross, and Billy for being here with us today. Okay, moving on to members of council. We have item 15.5.1, Councillor Mancini, potential housing partnerships to replace aging fire stations.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I put the following motion on the floor that the Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer, CAO, to provide a staff report on 1, potential housing partnership opportunities to facilitate replacement of aging urban fire stations, including Fire Station 13, King Street, Dartmouth, and Fire Station 3, West Street, Halifax. And 2, planning options to secure land for future fire station needs and partnership options to reduce capital investment. So moved. So, Deputy Mayor and colleagues, thank you very much. This motion is really primarily about fire stations, right? And the 2 fire stations mentioned in this motion, King Street and West Street, literally, if you ever visit those, you'll see the dire straits that they're in. We have a plan to replace these fire stations. But the normal plan that we have, considering our budget constraints that we have, it's going to be well after I'm gone before we even see a shovel hit the ground when it comes to these fire stations. So this motion is about being creative. This motion is about looking for partners to replace these fire stations. And I'm not talking, and I'm sorry if I caused some folks, talk to some of my colleagues about this, any angst. I'm not talking about moving fire stations out of your community or something of that sort. We're talking about the fire stations that are in your community, and what can we do to be creative from a budgeting perspective. So I looked at Vancouver as a good example. So Vancouver did an experiment. They did a pilot project where they needed to replace fire stations. Fire stations are $10 to $15 million a pop. So one of the pilots they did is they went in partnership with a women's shelter. They built a fire station. The fire station is in the ground floor, and above that was a women's shelter. It worked well. There were some issues with that. They tried another pilot, which is a fire station ground floor, and above that was a Y. Worked extremely well. And what those nonprofit groups are able to do is acquire funding that the municipality doesn't have access to. So right now there's no funding federally or provincially when it comes to fire stations. There's none. So we got to figure out using taxpayer dollars or debt to pay for these fire stations. The other municipalities have been creative, being able to get these fire stations sooner than later by creating partnerships. There's already been conversations in our community with some nonprofits that have expressed the interest, and this motion is about providing staff with clear direction to explore that even further. The other piece is looking with the private sector. So in my area, we have the Parks of Lake Charles, Port Wallace project. That's 3,900 units, 10,000 people being built right now. There's actually people living there now. So we're adding to this area that was all wooded area before, the size of Truro. And we're telling our fire service, you go ahead and you do effective firefighting with the exact same resources without adding any fire stations. And they recognize challenges getting to this location within the right amount of time. And so, sitting down with the folks that are doing that development, they said, hey, show us where you want to have a fire station. We'll put a pin in it. Or are you interested, once we start building high rises, to partner with us and we can put a fire station in the ground floor of a high rise? I look at West Bedford, what's going on there. An amazing community that's out there, but we've learned a lot of lessons from West Bedford. Realizing we were starting to add infrastructure after the fact. We should be adding that infrastructure when we're building these large developments. I think the M District in Sam's area, that's a huge development. We need to look at things like fire stations and other infrastructure now. So this motion is really about being creative. So much of what we talked about today is about being creative. The downtown business strategy and the fear of, this is going to cost money. Well, we need to partner with people. The conversation we just had about events and venues. Yeah, on our own, it'll take forever for us to create these events. How do we partner? Either with nonprofit groups, either with for-profit groups. It's being done in other locations, and all I'm asking is staff to explore that further so we can get these most important fire stations done sooner than later. So I look forward to hearing the debate, and I hope you support this motion. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini. Councillor St. Amant.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And thank you, Councillor Mancini, for bringing this forward. I think a little bit of creativity can go a long way. I think our staff will be able to exercise a fair bit of discretion to figure out how to make something like this work. I think what's most important here is not just the fact that it's a creative way to fund something, but it's also a creative way to connect our ability to deliver a core service as we grow, connecting it to that growth. It's a disconnect that has kind of inadvertently existed for a while. As you said, West Bedford was one of the first truly planned communities, and we wound up having to pivot in order to provide better support as that community grew out at a rate faster than was originally anticipated. And so I think it's only reasonable for us to take appropriate measures to connect our ability to provide those services, particularly core, vital public safety services, to these expanded new communities that wind up popping up through our municipality. And so, what I'll be very interested in as part of what comes back is that jurisdictional scan. I mean, you referred to Vancouver. I'd like to ensure that staff is as creative with their jurisdictional scan as they are with the opportunities for the potential partnerships, so that we get a better sense of what's been tried, what funding models are the most flexible to the style of growth that we anticipate experiencing in the next decades to come. But I think that this is a great way to exercise a little bit of planning control to connect these dots together with one another as we grow. So I will support this for sure.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you much, Madam Deputy Mayor. Tony, Councillor Mancini, there might be another report you may want to look and dig up. The old City of Dartmouth did a land assembly on the Kewen Road by St. Thomas More Church. And one of the plans was for a centralized fire station there years ago. And you can look at the fire station there by the Aberdeen Westfall Junior High School as becoming a housing project instead. You know, the fire station will be brought out to the main highway, which will provide quicker, faster access to the whole neighborhood instead of trying to get out of the subdivision by Major Street there and trying to get out of a traffic light and stuff. So I think there's other spots in Dartmouth we could also look at this. I also think I had a discussion with Brendan Marr about the West Street, and he showed me some pictures and some concepts of a housing shelter that was done with residents above the fire station. So I think it could be well intentioned. The only thing I'd be worried about is I hope we don't get any noise complaints about sirens and things going off, because that'd be one thing that's going to happen. If you're going to put a fire station residents together, it's going to be some conflict with noise. So I think you got to realize that expectation from the beginning. But I think it's an opportunity to look at trying to do some creative assets, collaborations. We did this in Sheet Harbor with the fire station being joined with the library and the fitness center project. And I believe the federal government did come across some extra money for our fire station. So I'm happy to see that. But I think there's a creative idea to looking at some joint, what I call the P3, the public-private partnership opportunities. I think this is something we should look at for building our assets. So I'm looking forward to the report.
Thank you. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Ms. Chair, Ms. Deputy, and thank you, Councillor Mancini, for bringing this forward. I support taking a look at this. You know, the King Street Station is definitely kind of in its later years, and there's some thought. I know there's been some thought as to what to do about that over the years. It's probably a scary, even the conversation in some quarters in my community, given past debates about fire, but that's not what we're really talking about here. It goes to one of the things maybe it comes back as kind of an output that comes out of this eventually, but one of the things that I think we're not doing very well at with fire is it's very reactionary. There doesn't seem to be much of a plan in terms of what we're going to have and what it's going to be going forward. It just comes up every time at budget as a one-off. And now we need this, and then now we need this next. And it would be a whole heck of a lot better if we could actually have a plan sketched out as like, okay, so these are the stations we need to replace. These are the stations we need. I've never seen anything like that from fire. And, if there is that level of planning happening, I'm not aware of it. So I think this report is timely for many ways, because I think as we look at our dollars becoming more and more pressed, I think we're going to have to be a whole lot more strategic about what we do here. For example, in my district, and, I've had these conversations with the past chief, we're actually sitting on a big chunk of vacant land at the intersection of Green Village Lane and Portland Street that was acquired out of a development agreement 30 years ago with the intent that would someday be a fire station. We're still sitting on this land 30 years later, and if we're never going to use it for a fire station, well, we should make it available for affordable housing or identify, some other municipal use for it, right? So I think there's a lack of planning that I think that's going on that needs to be addressed, and so I think Councillor Mancini's motion is a good first step that maybe will trigger some of these other bigger discussions that I think we have to have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hinch.
Thank you, Madam. So I was kind of skeptical at first when I first saw this report. I was skeptical with you. I'm like, what is going on here? But, now that we discussed it and I understand what your plans are or what you're trying to do, I'm looking forward to seeing the report as well. There's development going on right now in that area, and there's been apartments that have just been built, so they're not worried about noise complaints. I don't think, you know, if there was a shelter or something above, the noise would be no different than what they're getting right now. So I look forward to the report, see what it says, and, you know, hopefully we can do something. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Hinch. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Mancini, thank you for this motion. In my previous life in social enterprise, we've visited quite a few places where there's been innovation, and I think I've visited 2 fire stations where they've had affordable housing above the fire station. One was completely affordable housing. They retrofitted the fire station, and the people who worked on it became the tenants in the building, which was pretty cool. And so on the social enterprise model, I'll be really interested to see the staff report maybe have a little bit of a focus on where partnerships with social enterprises could be. I think the Vancouver one, if I heard you correctly, their partnership was within the YWCA. Yeah, so I think, yeah. So I really look forward to seeing what this report can bear fruit, and I'm going to have to go back and look through some of my old files and find out some of the. I know Washington D.C. also had District of Columbia also did some work with affordable housing and the fire stations. So thank you.
One second, I just had a comment here. There we go. Sorry. Yeah, so I will support this as well. You know, when Councillor Daigle-Gammon, when you started to talk about social enterprise, I was thinking about not-for-profits that also need space. You know, it's not just housing, but there's a community space of all kinds that could be a good collaborative partner, as well as some of our own departments. You know, I think about the Bedford Fire Station that also houses emergency response call center, the 911, as well as police. And, you know, we're looking at the need for police stations across the municipality. We don't always think out of our silos. And so I think in doing this jurisdictional scan, if there's opportunities to see where municipalities have done better in bringing together, you know, the different agencies under our roof and looking at, you know, some of our own space needs, you know, how can we combine efforts in that way as well. So I will support this. Okay, the question was called. Time for the vote. And that passes. I have a couple of motions here, so I'm going to switch places with the past deputy mayor. Do we have to sign out?
It's good to be back in the big chair. I can keep these 2 guys on the left and right of me awake, and we can go from here. Next item on the agenda is 15.5.2, Deputy Mayor Cuddle, amendment to require on-site construction waste and debris management plans. Ma'am, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, past deputy mayor. Yeah, so this motion came out of a discussion we had. I think it was back in January, where we had a litter strategy presented, and one of the things that was brought up was the fact that. Sorry, Ross, what do you? Oh, yes, I'll read the motion. Okay, so I move that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to prepare a staff report regarding amendments to Administrative Order 2018-005 ADM to include provisions for litter management on construction sites.
And that was seconded by Councillor Steele. You have the floor, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, so back when we were looking at that litter strategy, it became apparent that construction sites are not required to have a debris management plan. And for those of us that have construction or significant construction happening in our districts, one of the complaints that we get, and I can speak for myself here a lot, is construction debris blowing into our parks, blowing into our waterways, blowing into our right-of-ways, blowing into people's yards. And our response to this is reactive right now. So if there's litter and you can associate it with a construction site, you can call bylaw, they'll come back, and developers are required to clean up the mess. The problem that I've been running into is that sometimes you can't always attribute the construction debris to the site. If it's a windy day, it can blow all over the place. And if it blows into somebody's private yard, it's the responsibility of the homeowners to be picking it up. Homeowners and residents are getting tired of seeing all this litter and all this construction debris in public spaces and on their private property. So rather than being reactive, this motion suggests that we require construction sites and development sites to have a debris management plan. We have bylaws for noise, we have bylaws for rock breaking, we have bylaws related to many things to do with construction sites, but we don't have anything related to the management of garbage and debris. So I know that staff are already looking at some things related to construction management. And this is a motion to look at adding in a requirement to have a debris management plan as part of your permitting process for your development.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor St. Amand, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Totally agree with you. I've emailed or responded to at least 5 emails today specifically on litter. 'Tis the season. I mean, it is, we had a very windy March and April, and of course, at this time of year, once the snow recedes, then all of a sudden the litter that was buried underneath the snow winds up showing its ugly head, and it winds up blowing around neighborhoods. And I met with Luke McDonald, former owner of the Aerobics First location on Quinpool, who is a anti-litter champion himself. We spent 2 hours yesterday talking about his campaign to end litter, and we talked about construction sites because that is one of the primary sources that I'm experiencing, particularly with the growth in West Bedford. And we actually visited a site yesterday to pick up a bunch of trash that had come off a construction site on Broad Street. So you're right. We need something more that is preventative in nature rather than entirely responsive, and leaving it entirely to bylaw compliance to follow up after the fact is just not going to do the trick. I think we do need a more active campaign in place. So I will happily support your motion. Thank you.
Seeing no other folks, oh, there, Councillor Hinch just got in. Councillor Hinch, you don't even see her over there. We need to get her a flag or something. Councillor Hinch, you have the floor, ma'am.
Or maybe I need a higher chair or something. So, Deputy Mayor, I want to thank you for bringing this forward as well. As you know, there's a lot of construction going on in the North End, and I received countless complaints and calls and emails regarding debris from construction sites as well, even after they're finished and the debris that is left. I've seen that in the past as well. I just want to let you know that I fully support this, and I hope something good comes out of it. That's all. Thank you.
Just before the questions call, it's unfortunate Councillor Hartling isn't here, but we know she'd be fully supportive of this one. So the question has been called for. We'll now go to the vote. And with no surprise, that passes, Deputy Mayor. Next up is another one from the Deputy Mayor, 15.5.3, review of parkland dedication framework. You have the floor, ma'am. If you wouldn't mind putting a motion on the floor, then you can speak to it. Thank you.
Thank you, past Deputy Mayor. I'm just realizing that I'm in your seat when I actually could have been in my own seat, but it's kind of interesting to have the perspective from the side of the room over here. I forgot. Yes, I move that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to prepare a staff report that, one, outlines the legislative context and practices for parkland dedications, including comparisons with other provinces, two, identifies the status of undeveloped parkland within the municipality, and three, identifies priorities and options for the development of parkland within the municipality.
Second by Councillor Hinch.
Thank you, Councillor Hinch. So the origin of this motion really came from our recent discussion of the M block of Micmac Mall and the, huge development we just approved there, and looking at what the actual parkland dedication was, which was just basically we're going to have a couple of tennis courts and a basketball court for a community of over 8,000 people. And, parkland dedication comes from the subdivision of land. So, when you look at that, the M block, if you had subdivided that land into, 10 lots for 10 monster homes, you would have had the same parkland dedication as you do for 8,000 residents, because it's based on the lot area, not on the density. And this really raised a concern about, how are we paying for Parks and Rec to service new residents when we don't have any kind of real fee or funding mechanism that matches the scale and the scope of the development. Other provinces in Canada have different formulas that actually consider density in the parkland dedication. And, I look around at different subdivisions in our municipality, and one for me would be, I have a couple of examples. One would be Governor's Brook, where we have a whole bunch of parkland that's being dedicated that's just sitting there empty, undeveloped. There's no pathways through it, and residents want to know when it's going to be developed. Well, when that subdivision was developed, the contribution towards Parks and Rec was just the land. There wasn't any funding to actually develop the parkland. And so the development of that parkland then goes on to the general rate payers. And that means that people who aren't necessarily going to use those neighborhood parks are going to be paying for those neighborhood parks. So I think there have to be better ways, not only in whether you're looking at a subdivision of single-family homes, or you're looking at, the creation of a high-rise, very dense development with, hundreds of units or thousands of units. A better way of matching the parkland dedication to the population and ensuring that things get built to service those future residents. Otherwise, I fear we're going to keep ending in, creating a bigger deficit in recreational assets to serve our population. So that is the origin and the intent behind the motion, and I would appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. First up is Councillor Hensby.
Thank you much, Mr. Chairman. In regards to this request, I believe a couple of years ago, I made this request already. I think we have some legislation requested of the province to allow us to have a parkland dedication fee applied to multiple units of a change, the density of a property could be from a single family home to a multiple unit condominium building. So hopefully the parkland dedication fee can be applied to a PID structure. Now, there's other opportunities I think we should also be looking at when it comes to parkland development. I just received a proposal from a developer in my area in Lawrencetown, Mineville, who's willing to put in a dog park for us, dedicate a piece of parkland and put in the infrastructure for a dog park. But can that be considered as a parkland dedication fee, as a proportion of the contribution? Because right now it's either 10% of the land value or 10% cash contribution, and most of the time, HM has got their hand out for the cash and not taking the land. So I'm hoping that we can look at these creative opportunities. I had, in the past, another developer want to make an improvement to a local playground site. Instead of paying the parkland fee, he was willing to invest in the playground. That way it makes the neighborhood more attractive for his development, to be able to sell the features of the neighborhood. Also, when it comes to Bearland condominium proposals, I know the Akuma projects in Westfall are trying to look at building their own conservation parkland area. They don't want to give up any land for parkland dedication fees or they don't want to pay a dedication or a parkland dedication fee at all, but they're willing to provide the parkland themselves in their own conservation parkland concept. But as presently, our policies don't allow it. So I think that hopefully this review that the deputy mayor is asking for will take those type of opportunities into consideration, as well as I have identified over a dozen properties in my district that are vacant parkland lots that we got some years ago from the county with subdivision plans. Let's either use them for public housing or public housing. I think they're great assets in the Porters Lake, Lawrencetown, Musquodoboit Harbor area that can be used for housing. I think that we instead of losing it as vacant land is sitting there untaxable. Perhaps let's make it a taxable asset. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby. Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Deputy Mayor for bringing this forward. It's always been a bit of a mystery about how these parkland dedications work, and I think they're, just having all this organized in one place will be a step forward. For whoever's working on the report, I would just like to make a request that we include the Green Network Plan wherever it can be included in this, because there's a lot of work going on there that I think overlaps with the intent of this motion. So just a request to make sure that wherever we can find ways to make progress on the Green Network Plan as part of other projects. Thank you.
I guess Deputy Mayor, to close then.
Yep, to close, thank you for your comments. I think, these are all issues and concerns that we're looking at. Right now, I think the important thing is that we are constrained through legislation and what we can ask for in terms of parkland dedication and how we can, and what formula we can use. We know that we have a revenue need, and we're looking at our budget and our tight budget that we need different sources of revenue, and we know that growth is not necessarily paying for growth. So I hope this, through bringing forward this motion and this information, it opens up another conversation with the province, not just about creating housing units and, looking at the infrastructure, but starting to look at the next thing of what makes development successful in our city. And that is, being able to provide amenity to residents. And, this is, the first step, I think, in being able to have those conversations in a meaningful way. So appreciate your support on this. Thank you.
The question has been called for, so we'll now vote. And that passes. I'll turn the chair back over to the Deputy Mayor.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. Now we are on the in-camera portion of our meeting today. I have a few in-camera items on the agenda. Wondering. All right, there's been a motion to approve the minutes. I believe that is a hand vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands. That passes. Wondering if there are any other members of council that would like to test some items on the in-camera agenda. I see Councillor Mancini.
I'll test council on a few of these items. 17.2. All right. That the Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential report dated April 8, 2026. 2, direct the private and confidential report dated April 8, 2026 be maintained private and confidential. So moved.
Second. Oh, that was, I heard Councillor Hinch there on the second. And is this a computer vote? Yep. So question's been called. Passes.
What do you want, Deputy Mayor? See, 17.3. That the Halifax Regional Council, 1, adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential report dated April 7, 2026. And 2, direct the private and confidential report dated April 7, 2026 be maintained private and confidential. So moved.
I heard Councillor Young on that one. Any call for the question? Go to the vote. And that passes. Any? You want to see 17? You're going to move it. Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Steele.
I move that Halifax Regional Council adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential report dated April 7, 2026, and 2, direct the private and confidential report dated April 7, 2026 be maintained private and confidential.
Seconded by Councillor Saint-Amand. Question? Okay, to the vote. I believe Councillor Austin's going to do 17.5.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that Halifax Regional Council, 1, adopt the recommendation as outlined in the private and confidential report dated April 7th, 2026, and 2, direct that the private and confidential report dated April 7th, 2026 be maintained private and confidential.
Second.
All right, seconded by Councillor Mancini. And we'll call for the question. Question's being called. And that passes. Council colleagues, that concludes our agenda for today. It's an information item. Yeah. Right. Oh, yes. Oh, I was getting a little too excited here.
Nice try.
Oh no, we're still good. We're still good. All right. So there is a information item, but we will go to, there are no added items. We're on to 19 notices of motion. Are there any notices of motion today? Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Deputy Mayor, take notice at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I propose to move amendments to Administrative Order 16 respecting fees for the use of solid waste management facilities, the purpose of which is to amend commercial tipping fees for solid waste management facilities and provide for annual consumer price index adjustments.
Thank you. I see no more names on the list for notices of motion. So with that, I will ask for adjournment. How does that work? Do they have to bring that in Canada forward?
It's just to move it to the next meeting.
Is it moving to the next meeting you wish? Isn't it, it's an information item? Yeah. Then you can move to have it, brought forward to the next meeting.
Yeah.
Can you just, Councillor Steele has a question about process, I believe.
Okay, I will move that it's moved to the next meeting. Thank you.
Okay, so that was a request to remove in-camera item 22 to a future meeting, the next meeting of council. Okay, noted. Okay, now. Councillor Kent has moved that we adjourn. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, staff. It's been my pleasure.
Great job.
Good job, Deputy Mayor.
Absolutely.
There we go.